Call the meeting to order. All of our board members are present today, and so we will go ahead and move on to item number 4, the board annual organization meeting.
Okay, this is an opportunity each year that we do for the board to elect its president, clerk, and secretary. And so we typically start with president, and a board member would need to make a motion nominating a member of the board to be the board president.
I will nominate Kayla Parker for president.
Second.
Okay. It's been, Kayla's been nominated. Kayla, do you accept?
Yes.
Okay, and been seconded, so we would need to go for a vote. So Mr. Gale?
Yes.
Mr. Farrar?
Yes.
Mr. Crow?
Yes.
Mr. Marzano?
Aye.
And Ms. Parker?
Yes.
Okay, wonderful. So I'm going to hand the meeting right back to you now, Mrs. Parker.
Okay. We're going to go ahead and move on to the position of clerk. So we would just need a nomination and a second.
I nominate James for clerk.
Second.
Okay. Then we'll need a vote. Peter?
Yes.
Ken?
Yes.
Shane?
Yes.
James?
Aye. Do we yes or aye our own?
You can. Yes.
Aye.
And I'm also a yes. Okay, so James is clerk. Welcome back. We would need to nominate the secretary to the board, which is typically Mr. Critchfield. We need to vote on that, right? Okay, so we would just need a motion and a second for that.
I move that we nominate Superintendent Critchfield to continue serving as a secretary to the board.
Okay, we have a second, and so we just need a vote. Peter?
Yes.
Ken?
Yes.
Shane?
Yes.
James?
Aye.
I'm also a yes.
Okay.
Congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, we're going to move on. Is this yours, authorization of signatures?
Yeah, so this is something that needs to be done annually now that we've established a board president, a board clerk, and a board secretary. Certain state reports and board approved items need to be signed by all or some of these individuals. So each year we would need for the board to make a motion now that we have board president Parker, board clerk Marzano, and myself as board secretary, the board authorizing to sign on behalf of the board when actions are taken.
Okay, so we would just need a motion to authorize those signatures.
I make a motion that Jared, Kayla, and James can sign appropriate documents.
Okay,
Second.
okay. And the vote, Peter?
Yes.
Ken?
Yes.
Shane?
Yes.
James?
Aye.
I'm also a yes. Okay. Okay, then item 4.3, establish dates of regular board meetings for ACUSD for the 2026 calendar year. Before we get into that, we do have a public comment from Ms. Angeha.
Good evening, everyone. I hope you're all surviving the fog. So I saw on the board meeting calendar, I appreciate that you're changing the ACOE and the ACUSD as requested. I would just hope in the future that it doesn't have to wait until the new calendar, because say if this issue came up in January, I wouldn't want to have them all wait until December. But there's one thing I was a little confused on, the meeting on December 9th, 2026. It has the ACUSD meeting first. I don't know if that was a typo or I just wanted to bring that to your attention. All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Intentionally, I'll just answer.
Yeah, just go ahead and answer.
Intentionally, the district meeting goes first because annually that's the board organization meeting. And we have the district board go first when we decide the board president and board clerk and such. So every other meeting is laid out in a different way. And then we have SELPA like we have, will be at 5 typically when there's a SELPA meeting, with the exception, of course, is the December meeting as well. December kind of stands alone as its own unique meeting. And so the layout of this, and the county board would also need to approve this later tonight. The county board meeting starts at 5:30. Typically, county meetings last 30 minutes or less. This would allow the board an hour or more of closed session for the district closed session item, and then we would begin open session at 7 p.m. instead of 6:30. However, moving forward, we will not have a meeting that will need to follow the district meeting. So that would be our final meeting of the night, the 7 p.m. open session for the district. And so they're pretty much all laid out that way. If there's a SELPA meeting, it's at 5, and everything else goes in the same order, again, with the exception of December for board organizational needs.
Okay, perfect. Then we're just gonna go ahead. I know we don't have any public comment on closed session.
We need to vote on this on.
Oh, we need to vote on this. Okay, to establish the dates, we would just need a motion to approve the calendar.
Move to approve agenda item 4.3, establish dates of regular board meetings.
Second.
Okay, and the vote, Peter,
Yes.
Ken,
Yes.
Shane,
Yes.
James.
Aye.
I'm also a yes. Okay, so we're gonna
Oh.
go ahead. Oh, go ahead.
I actually said that incorrectly, right? I said 4.3, it's actually
1.4
1.3.
point.
It's 4-3. You're right.
Okay.
Okay. Okay. We're gonna go ahead and move in. There's no public comment on closed session, so we will go ahead and move into closed session, and we will return at 6:30. we are going to reconvene from closed session. The board does not have a report out. Are there any deletions or corrections to the agenda?
There are not.
Okay, please join me for the Pledge of Allegiance. Salute. Pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
See how everybody starts smooth?
You're welcome. Okay, we're gonna move on to item number 10, employee organizations, and I do see Miss Jensen here.
I had to write it down. Last time wasn't my best. Thank you for your patience with me. Good evening, members of the Board of Trustees, Superintendent Critchfield, Cabinet, colleagues, and community members. The recent salary and benefits agreement between ACTA and ACUSD addressed our local needs for now. Healthcare costs for rural schools are receiving attention throughout the state and country. In a spotlight article in the recent CTA California Educator magazine, Calaveras County Unified Educators Association Vice President Jade Potter echoed many of the concerns our employees share about rural educators' ability to afford health care. In recognition of the scope of the health care crisis and with the aim of trying to get in front of it, the salary and benefits agreement included formation of a health care advisory committee. The first meeting will be next week, and I hope together we can find mutually beneficial solutions and the strength to use our united voice beyond Conference Room A. We will keep you informed of our progress and possibly solicit your active support. Thank you for this opportunity to speak this evening, and I hope you have a restful yet exceptional holiday.
Thank you. Okay, next up is CSEA 239 with Mr. Baird. I think it's Miss Bell instead tonight, though.
Good evening, trustees, cabinet members, and community members. Eric could not be here tonight as it is ski and snowboard team season, and he is busy coaching. I'm going to start tonight with a little confession. When Eric called me and asked me to speak, I immediately thought, I need to go home and change my clothes. But then I had 3 or 4 students tell me that my shirt was tough, so I'm wearing it. Bluey it is. I'd like to take a moment to again thank the board for directing Superintendent Critchfield and his staff to work with all bargaining units to mitigate the impacts of the change in medical insurance benefits provider. My unit members are looking forward to a pay increase in January and again in July to help recoup some of the lost wages due to the steep increase in cost the move created. The willingness to work with our bargaining team to provide relief as quickly as possible is greatly appreciated. We have more work to do and will continue that work each month at the bargaining table. Our members are busy cleaning classrooms, driving students to and from school, providing warm meals, helping students with medical needs, and assisting in classrooms. We are all looking forward to a much-needed winter break spent with family and friends. I'd like to wish each and every one of you a restful holiday season. Thank you.
Thank you, Deanna. And my daughter would also love your shirt, so good choice. Okay, we're gonna move on to public comment on non-agenda items. We do have a few speaker cards. I will read the little blurb. A person wishing to be heard by the board shall first be recognized by the president and shall then proceed to comment as briefly as the subject permits. Individual speakers shall be allowed 3 minutes to address the board on non-agenda items. The board shall limit the total time for public input on each item to 20 minutes. With board consent, the board president may increase or decrease the time allowed for public presentation depending on the topic and number of persons wishing to be heard. The president may take a poll of speakers for or against a particular issue and may ask that additional persons speak only if they have something new to add. Okay, so our first speaker will be Patricia Angiha.
Good evening, board members. I have 2 topics for public comment. The first is the Brown Act. I have gone over the legislative text, and in that text it says, on their own initiative or in response to questions posed by public, a member of the legislative body, the board of the school district, or its staff may ask question for clarification, make a brief announcement, or make a brief report on their own activities. Furthermore, a member of legislative body or the body itself, subject to rules or procedures of the legislative body, may provide a reference to staff or other resources for factual information, request to report back to the body at a subsequent meeting concerning any matter, or take action to direct staff to place a matter of business on a future agenda. That members of a legislative body or its staff may briefly respond to statements made or questions posed by persons exercising their public testimony rights. So I just wanted to bring that to your attention, and if you weren't aware, you are able to respond to public comment, albeit briefly, or ask questions. And I do believe that that would help with public relations between the board, district office staff, and the public. Any more lengthy response, I would appreciate if it could be addressed in your board reports at the end, just so that the public feels like they're being heard. The second matter is discussing transparency. I met with Mr. Critchfield at the end of November, which I do appreciate. And he attested that he's been in contact with various city managers, 3 which he named are Tom Dubois for Sutter Creek, Mr. George Lee in Ione, and Carl Simpson in Jackson. Whereas Mr. Dubois and Mr. Lee confirmed they have conversations with the superintendent, Mr. Simpson said that the superintendent has not been in contact with him. And also the interim city manager of Plymouth, Cameron Begbie, says no one from the district office has reached out to him or any of his staff. This in conjunction with Mr. Critchfield also responding to my questions about Dr. Palazuelos and all of the articles that have come to my attention. He says that all of those articles are unfounded. Those two in conjunction make me question the integrity of the district office, namely the superintendent, because I find it very hard to believe that all of these news sources, parent organizations, and teachers would be misreporting in different districts. So I just want you to always have your critical thinking caps on and not always defer to Mr. Critchfield with any questions that you have. Make sure you're pulling from the public, whatever resources you have as well. I'm not saying have adversarial interactions, but do question. Thank you.
Okay, next we have Deanna Bell.
Hello again. Tonight, I'd like to speak to the board about an issue with our current board policy regarding dress code. The last time the dress code was revised was quite some time ago. In fact, I can tell you, Janet White was on the board, and we had a conversation at dinner after where I told her, you guys made a mistake. At that time, the 2 student board members drafted a proposal that was approved by the board. It left out one major area. I know that dress code is a hot topic, with many members of society saying it is designed to body shame our female students in particular. I do not believe this is the case. Dress code prepares students to dress appropriately for future careers once they leave school. And if you ask my boys, they will tell you, when their underwear is hanging out, I do dress code them. Our current dress code lacks language in regards to the length of shorts or skirts. I work in the office at Ione Junior High and have been there for 19 years. Styles have changed, and micro shorts are the standard, it seems. I sit eye level to the lower half of students as they walk through the office. I have seen more private areas than I should ever have to during the last few years. It makes all of us in the main office incredibly uncomfortable when we see bare butt cheeks or worse. And trust me when I say, I have seen worse. Our campus includes a 2-story building and 7 sets of stairs. I can confidently say that the layout of our campus provides ample opportunity for students to unintentionally leave themselves exposed to other students as well as staff members. Our hands are tied in this area as we have no language in current board policy as to what is appropriate. Please revisit the dress code and address this area. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Diane Bennett.
Good evening, Board, Cabinet, Superintendent. Diane Bennett, private citizen speaking on a public matter. I had it brought to my attention by several people in the county recently that are very concerned about what's actually being used out of the 2002 bond money. And I want to go back to and read what was actually in the voter guide and what the voters voted on. Within the Measure F, if approved by 55% of the voters, voting thereon will allow the Amador County Unified School District to incur bonded indebtedness to sell bonds in the maximum amount, blah, blah, blah. We were for 11 million, okay? But where it gets to this is the district will create an independent citizens oversight committee to ensure that bond proceeds are expended only for the projects specified by the district to be financed by the proceeds of the bond issue. Further, if the Board of Trustees, the Board of Trustees will conduct an annual independent performance audit to be sure that the bond proceeds have been expended only for those projects. It goes on to list what the projects were supposed to be. It was for school modernization projects of renovate classrooms, improve and or replace heating, plumbing, and ventilation systems, upgrade electrical systems, provide classrooms better access to technology, upgrade fire safety and security systems, improve lighting, expand and improve playgrounds, improve paving at schools, remove dry rot and replace roofs, remove hazardous materials, asbestos where necessary, replace temporary portable classrooms with permanent classrooms at Jackson Elementary, Jackson Junior High, Cedar Creek Elementary, replace portable bathrooms at Ione Elementary, Ione Junior High, and Jackson Junior High, and then new construction, build a multi-purpose facility at Argonaut High School, build a multi-purpose facility at Ione Junior High School, provide furniture and equipment for the new classrooms, build a transportation maintenance facility, and build a new access at Pioneer School to and from 88. Now, I know some of those things are done, but I don't know that all of those have been done. And I don't know who's on the Citizens Oversight Committee or if it's still there. And I'm not sure that that yearly review is being done. Those things alone can get the Howard Jarvis tax group here at you. This can go to the grand jury. It can be an indictment from the DA's office if these things are not being followed, because this is what we as voters voted on and are paying for. And every single one of us here and out there watching that is a tax-paying citizen on property taxes is being let down and not having the transparency that we voted for. So if you ever think that there's another bond that's going to pass, we need to get transparent. We need to bring back the Citizens Advisory Committee, and people need to be on this and doing their due diligence. And I beg you guys to look into this and please prove that I'm wrong. Show me who's on those committees and show me those recent reports.
Did you have a amount of how much that bond was in your data that you have there?
11 million.
Okay, thank you.
But that was in 2002, so the costs were much less than they are
Yeah,
today.
right. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, we're gonna go ahead and move on to the consent agenda. We do have some speaker cards here. Our first speaker is Patricia Njiha.
So I believe this is on item 12.2 for the black box renewal. I was just curious if these projects went out to bid for the lowest phone system provider. And then also for item C for the labor cost for Pioneer Elementary. It's almost half the cost of the entire total. And I'm just wondering if our maintenance or IT department could do the install. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Next, we have Diane Bennett. Which
one is this one on?
Item 12, or consent agenda, accessibility, educational services. That's what it says. 12-3.
Once again, Diane Bennett, private citizen, speaking on a public matter. I wanted to thank the board members. About a week ago, I was given information that a friend's child was not being able to access their classroom because of the elevator at Ione Junior High having been broken. It's been broken since the day before break. It still isn't fixed. But instead of being sent to the office, the students are now, that have accessibility issues, they have moved them to other classrooms, so they are no longer missing their ed minutes, thankfully. I'm wondering, though, how long would this have gone on had I not brought it to the board members? Had somebody not brought it to me? I mean, I know we all have working parts to do, but it's really frustrating, and I feel like you guys feel like, oh God, here she comes again. But I hear from the community. I'm trying to help with the transparency. I'm trying to help solve issues, because I know y'all didn't want an ADA lawyer up here on that. But what I also have found out in my digging is, why do we not have a contract for service for the elevator? The reason why they aren't getting back to us is because we are not on their service contracts. Aren't these things supposed to be taken into maintenance? Shouldn't they be in our maintenance budget? It's really disconcerting. The other thing that I'm finding out with this is that, you know, we're under review for having too many suspensions. Well, when we're talking about educational services, we need to figure out and not go off of, does this person like this or does this person not? Because I know of a student at Amador, we'll call that student Student A, that was suspended for 10 days for being part of a walkout to bring some faces to their teachers that were suffering from the insurance thing. Was it their fight? Maybe not. But I don't remember students that were doing Black Lives Matter or against gun violence or any of these other things getting suspended for it. I've worked at 2 other districts that if the kids are like, we're protesting today, it's hands off, just mark them as absent. It's not our problem. And I know that Ed Code does say if you cause a classroom disruption, you can be suspended. But if you go off of previous practice, why was this student, who may or may not have a great home life and may not have people advocating for them, suspended for 10 days? And when you start looking at those suspension rates, and you look at how the county's in trouble for suspension rates, maybe that needs to be reviewed. Maybe if you're gonna do it, it needs to be across the board, looking at stuff. Maybe you do in-house detention at lunchtime. Maybe you look at making up ADA for people that are pursuantly tardy with Saturday school. It's worth it to pay the teachers the per diem.
Okay, thank you. We're gonna go ahead and move on into the item, our consent agenda. Does anybody have any questions or comments here?
No questions or comments.
Ken, any questions or comments? Shane? James?
No questions.
Okay, I just wanted to clear up the black box renewal, please.
The black box renewal, we have used them for the last 3-4 years, and so this is just a renewal of their services. Essentially, they cover our phone systems, and we have 3 schools currently that are a little bit outdated in terms of what they need. They're in dire need of repair and replacement, actually more replacement. No one repairs the ones we currently have anymore. So this is why, of their specialty nature, they still have connections with some of these devices and are able to facilitate this. So they're great customer service and working with our maintenance staff and things like that. So that's why we're pursuing this group.
Okay, and our maintenance staff can't do that?
They cannot. They don't have the specialty skills on this
Okay.
one.
Okay, thank you. With that, we would just need a motion for consent.
A motion that we approve item 12, the consent agenda.
Second.
Okay, and the vote, Peter?
Yes.
Ken?
Yes.
Shane?
Yes.
James?
Aye.
I'm also a yes. Okay, we're gonna go ahead and move on to item 13, communications. 13.1, fiscal year 23-24 audit report certification. Mr. Norton?
Thank you. For this communication item, it is a letter from the State Controller's Office from November 10th, basically certifying our ACUSD audit from 23-24. This one was delayed, had the audit findings that have then since been resolved. But please note too, this is not from our last year, it's from the prior year. So it's this 23-24.
Okay. Any questions on this one? Down the line? No? Okay. We're going to move on to 13.2, fiscal year 24-25 audit extension request and approval letter.
So with this one, the district issued an extension request to the CEE and State Controller's Office, which was formally approved 2 days later. The need for this extension was due to guidance from the OMB that was not provided in a timely manner due to the government shutdown. So with that, this is just basically the communications issuing such.
Okay. Thank you. And then 13.3, the November 18, 2025 CalPERS Pension and Health Benefits Committee meeting, EPO addition to Amador County.
Right. And so with this one, I want to thank the labor unions and other staff members who then attended with us at the CalPERS Pension and Health Benefits Committee meeting on November 18th in a unified advocating effort combining our staff, union leaders, and district leadership as well as board support. ACUSD and ACUE attended the CalPERS Pension and Health Benefits Committee meeting. Is this not going? Gotcha. How about this? So at this meeting, the group spoke to the Health Benefits Committee advocating for more affordable health plans for our local doctors and hospitals, specifically targeting greater access with more affordable plans, such as the Gold Plan. This committee meets periodically, so this unified effort was a hope to then advocate for it on our behalf for its district as well as the county as a whole. On a positive note, at this meeting, the committee did approve extending the EPO plan, which will basically add an extra plan to all of our for all of our staff members. But given the previously identified difficulty with finding affordable quality HMO and EPO providers in our rural area, whereas this is a great first step, is definitely not the last step, nor the last thing that it's going to help some, but it won't be a huge change for now. So just wanted to note that we will continue to advocate, and as we heard from the other speakers earlier, we will be having that committee meeting next week.
Okay, thank you. Any questions or comments on any of these communications? Peter?
So, want to summarize, there's a lot of information here, just hoping I understand correctly. This Blue Shield EPO, so even though we're CalPERS, is some kind of an arrangement where we can have Blue Shield coverage for those who elect to have that, but you say it's still limited coverage in this area, that it doesn't take place until the 2027 plan year. I don't know if you can comment on this or not, but is there some kind of a clarity on what entity or who or how negotiations are made between local hospitals and doctors to encourage or ratify that, yes, we will accept this coverage, or no, we won't?
So advocating to this group is definitely a great first step because they are part of the negotiations. CalPERS are with each of these different providers, health plans, health locations. Then you have such as Blue Shield as well as Anthem and other things, Dignity Health. All those have their own kind of negotiations with CalPERS on what's available, what's not. So CalPERS' Gold Plan, for instance, they work with different entities to determine what is or what isn't allowed. So it's through a negotiations process with all these different groups. I don't know if that really helps clear a lot of things, but there's a lot of different groups involved. But this group definitely has a lot of sway because of their buying power and what they, and they're basically the size of what their population is. That helps.
But it's still up to local doctors and hospitals and everything else whether they wish to accept it or not.
Absolutely.
Like they might accept Blue Shield PPO, but not EPO. Is that correct?
Correct. Yeah, and the EPO is a more restrictive than a PPO in general. Then the network is smaller, but it is broader than an HMO. For instance, like for Kaiser, you have to go to a Kaiser. For an EPO, it does have things outside of just their normal group, but it's still in their network. You really can't go out of network with an EPO. Whereas a PPO, you can kind of go wherever you need to go.
Thank you.
Okay. Any other questions or comments on these communications?
I do. So would this be a step towards our members being able to use Sutter Amador Hospital here in Jackson?
So right now, I don't believe the EPO plan does include Sutter Health, the hospital. So the only plan that has it currently would be our Platinum plan. The Gold plan still does not at this point in time.
But that could potentially happen by 2027.
It's possible, yeah. And advocating efforts such as going to and speaking to this board will definitely help. win those negotiation processes. So we might see that at the next board meeting that they have, or the committee meeting, that it might be an item up for approval.
All right, thank you.
Attending that meeting with you guys that day, I did notice some of the speakers that did speak informed that exact concern to that board, correct? Our hospitals not utilizing or taking the Blue Shield EPO. I believe they were explaining it to them in their,
I don't know if any of our group specifically touched on that one in particular.
I think they did.
They may have.
Yeah.
I know it's been brought up at other things, if not that, but I don't recall offhand.
I bring that up because I also felt attending that and seeing how it was done, and I mean, it was a first for me. I do feel that advocating more and more at those meetings is going to be beneficial at some point. Putting faces to the names is extremely important. Would you say that's?
I would concur, and being a board member, I would say you would also
Right.
opinions on that.
Right.
Are there any other opportunities coming up that anyone, including the board, can further advocate for trying to make improvements?
So they meet periodically. I believe it's every other month. I don't recall offhand. It's either monthly or every other month. I believe it's every other. But at those times, we can definitely keep you informed of when they are so that we can arrange for opportunities. And we want to continue the advocating efforts, not just to us here, but then to relay those messages to any staff who want to be involved and beyond, just so we can keep this message going.
Yeah, please send out some type of notification on the next meetings that we can attend.
Okay, perfect. These are just discussion items or communications, so there's no action taken on them. We're gonna go ahead and move into our discussion action items. Item 14.1, we do have a comment card here. Patricia and Jihan.
Good evening again. So I know I've mentioned this at previous board meetings, but going to various entity meetings, I have found it very helpful where the item is presented first, and then I think public comment and then board discussion, just so that we're not wasting time if like the presentation covers, what we're going to be speaking about. So for this item, it seems like there's a very low ranking in pretty much everything except for the graduation rate. So I'm just hoping that we should shift our focus to spending more of our funds on better educational resources. I know that it's important to track, like this report does, but tracking software, as we've seen with the warrants, it's just so much technology to track this and this and this. And I think that we should be putting the money back into those educational resources that we're tracking that, we kind of suck at. We're in all of these areas, and it's just not where we need to be or where we should be. And of course, always, as I will always say, lowering or reducing the salaries and benefits for the top paid district office admin staff. Thank you.
Okay, Ms. Horn.
Good evening. Sorry, good evening, board. Can you hear me? Okay, great. All right, we're back. As we start our dive into the dashboard this year, I like to always remember one of my original superintendents many years ago. In fact, as of Monday of this week, 32 years ago, used to tell us that data was a hammer or a compass. And so remember, as we talked about it last year, when we dig into our dashboard data, this is 1 point of data. It's important to remember this isn't a total picture of how students are doing or how teachers are doing. This is what the state of California uses. They call it the dashboard for our status and growth indicators and all of those things. It is an important part of data, but it is not the entire picture. And we are moving in a direction. I told you last year that the Educational Services Department really wanted to start treating our data as a compass to help us show where we needed to go and how we needed to improve and what we needed to do, the steps to take to get there. So you'll notice some difference in this year's presentation, and I'll, along the way, call out some of the differences from last year's presentation. And some of the questions that the board had last year are addressed in this presentation at the end. So if it looks different and feels a little disjointed, hopefully it'll make sense as we go through. All right, there are 8 state measures that are measured with the California School Dashboard. Most of them academically are captured during what we call CASP. That's the California Assessment for Student Performance. It's the spring testing, the state testing that we do starting in grade 2 through 12, depending. Most 12th graders don't take it. It usually ends about 11th grade, but if they happen to be in specific math courses or language courses, some 12th graders may be taking it. Our academic performance in ELA and math, and then it measures our things like chronic absenteeism, our English learner progress, which is referred to now as ELPI, that was new last year on the dashboard. College and career readiness, suspension rate, and science was new last year on the dashboard. Again, the dashboard, you'll see the colors represented there from red to blue, with red being lowest, blue being highest. There are 14 different groups that students are grouped into when we're talking about the dashboard data. On this slide, the ones that are bolded are the ones that we have represented in Amador County. So of the 14 student groups that are represented through the CDE dashboard, we have 10 of them, and they're bolded there. This is a quick review. So for the indicators that have status and change, sometimes it's difficult, and the example here is actual chronic absenteeism. So I'll do my best to explain it. The 5x5 grid, there's one for every single indicator. And so if we need to dig deeper into any of the indicators, we can get those 5x5 grids. They're publicly available at the CDE website. But in this example, we're talking about chronic absenteeism. So the purple schools started, their status was low, but even though they had lower chronic absenteeism than the pink school, they actually went up. Chronic absenteeism is one of the indicators we don't want to go up. We want it to go down. And so their status moved to yellow. Their changes in yellow. Whereas the pink school started with higher chronic absenteeism at a medium rate, but they improved, and because of the percentage of improvement, they moved to green. I will bring this back, and this will make sense when we look at one of our slides tonight, because we jumped 2 colors, and it doesn't mathematically make sense because it's a 0.1% change from last year, but because of that, we changed 2 colors. I'll just draw your attention to this. We can come back to this slide if we need to. But when we talk about status and change and a 5x5 grid, this is what the state uses for all of the data that we have multiple years of data for. Some of our indicators, we don't have this kind of data, science being an example where last year was the first year. Science will start to have data like this in the coming years now that we have baseline and we can show the status and growth. Or status and change. Thank you. All right, so this is a breakdown of where we are for the 2025 results. Again, our CASP tests, so the academic tests were taken in the spring of 25. English, language, arts, math were in the orange. Science was in yellow. Chronic absentee, remember chronic is anything over 10% is considered chronic absenteeism. To put that into perspective, if a student missed 1.5 days a month, they're chronically absent. If they miss 2 days a month, they're in that list. So 10% is a lot. I mean, it captures a lot of our kids. Our suspension rate is in the orange. Our English learner progress, our LP progress went to red. Our graduation rate is in the blue, and college and career readiness is in the yellow. Last year, the board had a request. They wanted to know on the slides, could we see the past data? So if you look on the left of the slide, I've included the 23 and 24 dashboard indicators so you could see where we stacked up compared to last year. One of the features you enjoyed last year and asked me to continue was on the right-hand side of the slide, the distance from standard and what the change would have been. We are moving in the right direction with this. We increased by 1.9 points, I understand. It's not a huge increase, but we're moving in the right direction. And if we were 1.1 point higher, we would have been yellow. So we're moving in the right direction when it comes to English language arts. The subgroups that are listed under the colors, that shows you their performance in those. They call out the performance of those subgroups, and that is their ranking. Keep in mind, if a subgroup has too small of a population, it is not a reported subgroup, because the idea is that students, if you have 11 kids or less, it's easily identified. So we don't call out that subgroup. Those are not going to be called out.
Can I ask a question real quick, Ms. Horn?
Yes.
So the California dashboard is not something that we're spending money on, first.
Correct.
Right?
No, this is completely free, and this presentation and all the data crunching comes via a cooperation I have with other counties. This is all completely free
Okay.
and required.
And, right, it's absolutely required, and it's meant to communicate clearly with parents and give them just a snapshot of where we are, and that's why the simple colors, et cetera. My only question on that is, I know that on the dashboard itself, where it's listing the different groups under the red, the orange, the yellow, that's handled for us, that's taken care of, right?
Right.
Are they also showing you that information on the right-hand side that says if we were just 1.1 higher, or, so that's you and whoever doing some number crunching?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. All right.
Real quick,
Mathematics.
Can you explain California 8.1 below?
Sure. So that where it says California 8.1 below, the average for the state is 8.1 points below standard. So for us, we are 36.2 points below standard. The state average is 8.1. They're in yellow. The state is in yellow at 8.1 below standards, and we're at 36.2. It's that 5x5 grid again.
Thank you.
You're
Is that
welcome.
below standard on a national level or just statewide?
Statewide.
Just statewide,
This is
okay.
Statewide only. All right, mathematics. We had an increase of 2.7 points. It's still, I tend to be Pollyanna. My fellow members of the cabinet can tell you I'm always a glass half full person. I get excited when I see increase. I also like to celebrate growth with students. But I think the part on this slide that I want to call your attention to is the part that I considered a bit of a gut punch. Our distance from standard, if it was 0.3 of a point higher, we would have moved to yellow. We were, to quote, Mac Smart, that close. So we are making some growth here, and we're showing that we're increasing. And as long as we keep moving in a positive direction, I keep wanting to go back. Not a hammer, it's a compass. We're moving in the right direction. Yep.
Ms. Horn, can you, I understand what the little blurb on the little window on the upper right is. Your glass half full situation is what you're trying to be, but when I look at this, that glass is a dry, empty. With
I
that
got-
being said, can you help me understand what the what did you say, 0.3 points higher? Can you put points to people? Does that make sense?
Like what would 0.3?
Yeah. Just so I could grasp it better.
I think James is just referring to it as an average.
Right.
So, for example, and I know I shouldn't keep leaning on this crutch of comparing with Manteca Unified, but for what it's worth, we have 25,000 students, give or take. Our English language arts 36.5 below standard. Our math, 75.2 below standard. Amador County is not alone.
Yeah, for sure.
But so are
Right.
you saying that,
It-
like,
so-
how
so-
many students
Yeah,
would
yeah.
need to
So
score
would
better?
0.3 points be 30 students? Would it be 3 students?
I see what you're asking. Can I crunch numbers and get back to you on that?
Sure,
'Cause I don't want to
yeah.
give you a wrong number.
No, I get it.
It requires me to dig into about 15 different spreadsheets to get the right answer.
Okay, just to help me understand it better, I don't think it really would mean anything, but I know percents are percents, but we don't educate percents, we educate people.
Right.
So I was just curious, that's all.
No worries. I can totally get that information for you.
One other question to add. When you look at the different groups that are on the bottom, how are they weighted as far as percentages? Like you have the American Indian, Alaska Native. I'm guessing that's a low percentage overall.
Of overall.
Like the red, the one that's red on the end. Like if you considered everything was 100%, what percent would the red be of the group? What percent would the orange be? What percent would the yellow? Is it?
Oh, got you. So that data is what we refer to as our CalPADS data. I'd have to dig into that one for you. I wouldn't want to give you the wrong numbers. That is how that is identified by the students and their families on their registration, through ARIES. And do you mean what percentage of the total score or what
Well,
percentage of our student population?
I'm trying to, I guess, connect the bottom with the overall up top. So I'm looking at this. I'm thinking the orange is probably the highest percentage because that's where we're at. So, I mean,
Correct.
is that how I could look
Yeah.
at it?
So if you take our total number, the total scores for all of ours, and they take the subgroups, then the orange would be the highest number.
Likely it would be the highest group. And so,
That's why our total color is orange.
okay,
There's more students in that area.
okay, thank you.
Did you want me, Shane, to dig into that CalPADS data for you?
I mean, maybe we can have a conversation where you can kind of walk me through it.
Absolutely.
When you look at colors, I'm going back to when I'm in kindergarten. I'm just looking at the basic colors and
Yeah.
you know,
The data is available on the CDE website to actually dig in and see for each of those subgroups. You can see exactly how many students and what they scored, as long as they have more than 11 students. So it's we could walk through
I
it.
think you might have mentioned that last year about the 11 students.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah, so we can definitely set up an appointment and I can walk you through even just with the CDE, what's available to the public, not even the CalPADS part.
and I'm part of the reason I'm bringing this up is I'm thinking it would help the public when they see it, trying to decipher what's being shown.
Yeah, the greatest the greatest mining you could ever do is if you dig in on the CDE dashboard website and you keep clicking more details, more details, more details. You can just pull these reports all the way down to the student level
Okay.
as much as possible.
I'll interject because I pulled it up on the school dashboard. So what's currently in the dashboard gets updated annually. If you're looking at some of these groups, so like under orange, our largest student population is categorized as white. That is 62.6% of our student population. Our second largest student population would be Hispanic, 25%, 25.4% of our student population is Hispanic. And then when you look at the other categories, they are all in the realm of 2%, 0.6%, 0.5%. Two or more races is 8%. So you can see just with the two or more races and white, that's 70% of our student population is in those two subgroups.
So when we have a category that is red, I mean, my mind, that's bad all around. It's not weighted. It's just not good at all.
Correct.
Well, I think another way of thinking of it is simply that's how that group did on average. They apply both the school as a whole in that category, and then because they're doing all the number crunching for us, they also say, okay, well, as it states there, Students experiencing homelessness, who also probably have higher chronic absenteeism and things like that, aren't coming to school as often, whatever, the more volatile situation. Those students, on an average, based on that matrix, are in the red category because they're not showing enough improvement. Does that make sense? Every group is.
Yeah, no, I get that. I'm just partly trying to get it out in the open, kind of what we're looking at. And the way I look at it, the top dial, that's kind of where we're at for majority-wise on the various groups underneath. That's a way to look at it.
An average of all of our groups. And actually, Shane, this might help a little bit, the science one, because science doesn't have that longitudinal data. We decreased by 1.2 points from last year. Last year was the first year science was reported. Keep in mind also, science is not at every grade level. In elementary, it's taken at 5th grade. It's taken once in middle school and then once in 11th grade. I think it's 5, 7, and 11, or 5, 8, and 11. So there are only 3 grade levels that take the science test. And last year was the very first year science was reported on the dashboard. So this year, when you see something that says decreased, and then you look above it and it says we are 50.1 points above standard, it's a bit confusing. Why are we not green if we're above standard? And we're not green because we decreased. So that's why we're yellow. So this is that as we have the more data you have, it kind of makes better sense. But with a new indicator like science, had we had 3.2 points higher, our indicator would have been green because we wouldn't have decreased and we would have shown an increase. If we had maintained, we'd still be yellow because it didn't show an increase. Does that kind of make sense what you were asking, Shane?
Yeah, so like
Okay.
this example, yellow up on top tells me that the yellow down below is kind of the majority.
Correct.
Okay,
Yep, absolutely.
okay.
All right. Our English language learner progress indicators. There are only 2 groups that are evaluated on this indicator. We have English learners and then LTELs. We talked last year about LTELs is referred to as long-term English learners. They're students who have been in California public schools for 6 or more years and have not been redesignated as fluent. So last year we were in the orange. This year we went to the red. We decreased by 10.6%. What this could indicate, because there's only 2 groups, is a large influx of new students. It could indicate that we have less students who are testing to be reclassified. It could have meant the year before we had a large reclassification group, and this year we're in that lull year where we don't have as many. But this is one of the indicators that gives our department pause. And we really are looking at this is one that makes us want to stop and ask the question, what's going on here? Is this a cohort situation, meaning a group of students moving on, or we had an influx of new students, or is this going deeper? So this is the kind of data that we're looking at right now to say, okay, 3 more kids had made progress, we'd be in orange, but decreasing 10.6% doesn't sit well with anybody.
Would attendance have any impact on something like this?
Attendance impacts everything, to be very honest. But this one's a difficult indicator because this is a separate test that these students take. So this isn't part of the CASP. This is the LPAC. So they take a completely different test, and it has 4 components: writing, reading, speaking, and listening. And it's not an easy test. It's quite difficult.
So you say if 3 more students had made progress, we'd be orange. So that decrease of 10.6%, how many students does that represent that went backwards?
Good question. Let me dig into it and look and see.
That's actually what I was gonna
Okay.
ask, also connected to going back to my other question, percent of people
how many.
Right.
Okay. And that one's a difficult one, again, because we get very dangerously close to having too small of populations. So that one's going to require, I got ways. I'll figure it out for you.
Then I want to have a quick follow-up question for Jared. Did you say that with white and Hispanic, that makes up 87% of the total student body, and then 13% are represented by the other 8 groups?
Yeah, so on the dashboard, 25.4% Hispanic, 62.6% white.
So 88.
So that would be 88% on the nose.
All right, cool. Thank you.
The other thing too, when you're looking at subgroups that can get confusing because they have you report on multiple subgroups, is you have race and ethnicity as subgroups, but then you also have student groups categorized as English learners, foster youth, homeless, socioeconomically disadvantaged, and students with disabilities. So like if you look on this one, the graduation rate, socioeconomically disadvantaged as a group makes up 40.8%, but we don't have a breakdown of race and ethnicity for that 40.8. So there's groups that are overlapping, right? Where a kid could be socioeconomically disadvantaged and a foster student and white, right? Like all 3 of those. And so subgroups can get looked at in different ways is my point. So it's not that you can delve out each subgroup and say they make up. You can do it based on race and ethnicity and see, but with the other groups, there's overlap.
And is there any way to determine, looking at the test scores for students that just ignored it, didn't even try? I mean, if they have a score of 0 to 10, I mean, they didn't even put their effort in, but then that drags down the average.
Peter and I are giggling a little bit because the teachers in the classroom can tell you. They stand there and say they see it. There's really no way. The only way I've ever been able to see it in a test score is the amount of time spent on test. I had a conversation with at least one student in my career as a teacher and as a principal where I said, you set a land speed record. You took the entire test in 6 minutes. The test was supposed to take 2 days. So, let's talk about what you're actually doing. And on occasion, when we see things like that, we have something called a stairs appeal, where the teacher can let the site administrator, the principal, know, hey, I think this kid was just pushing buttons. We can make a stairs appeal saying we think that the student was not giving their best effort. If we can make an appeal that says they were just pushing buttons and the state looks at it, they can allow a retest. Sometimes we have a stairs appeal. Most of the time we have a retest or the test is reopened because a student shut it down without submitting it. Like got out of the test and never submitted, so it showed that they didn't finish. And so we'll have to appeal to the state. But the way the testing is, there's not a lot we can do to intervene, even if we see it happening. We're not supposed to intervene while the students are testing. We do a lot of reminding, do your best. I know, not a great answer, sorry.
I'm just wondering what the overall, I mean, we still have our different color scales for the different areas, but what does that affect in terms, is it funding or is that just for our own personal knowledge? What is the end result of these charts?
This data is for our own personal knowledge. It's reported on our school report cards. There's not funding that is tied to dashboard data as far as our academics is concerned. That is not, we don't have, and I'm trying to think of the term, when the high stakes testing was being used in the late 90s. We don't have compensation tied to achievement. There was a brief part in history where people were discussing high stakes testing, and if students did better, teachers got bonuses. We do not have that in the state of California. We also don't have the opposite, where we're denied funding because our tests aren't great.
So this is a roadmap for where we need to improve.
Correct. This is to help us make decisions. The greatest thing that this does is this informs our LCAP, the funding So in January, I'll get to come back and talk to you about LCAP, and then we'll reference from this data, we then make the decision of where the funding goes to help improve. Again, it's one point of data. We're using some other data, and we'll get into it later. But that is the main point of this, is we're all using the same system in the state to report the data so that we can see how to best spend the money that's allocated for the kids.
But that amount of money isn't affected.
No.
The lump sum stays the same, then based on this, we can determine where we need to spend those funds.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. Our graduation rate, I know we talked about this last year, and then after this, actually, we're going to have a conversation about graduation requirements. But we moved from green to blue. So in yellow, 23 we were yellow, 24 we were green, and 25 we were blue.
I have a question, comment. I am like stuck on this. I look at all our other categories, and we are in bad shape. And then we have the highest level of graduation. It makes me wonder, are we shortchanging our students by kicking them off into the real world when they're not ready?
This is a conversation we're having.
Yeah.
Been having.
I mean, it just is glaring, and it's, I'm thinking, am I reading this right? But it just.
May I offer one educator's opinion? Is that okay? Just real quick.
You can offer whatever you want.
Okay. So anything I could say would be an oversimplification. Years ago, you might remember it, we had this thing called the California High School Exit Exam that students were required to pass to graduate. Now, I don't want to go off on derail our whole meeting onto that train, but one factor that is frustrating for me personally, as I've tried to encourage students, whether it's the LPAC test that affects the English language learner stuff, and we are in Manteca improving our culture and having some success with that, but whether it's that or it's the CASP test that in the high school level, only 11th graders take it. That's it, just 11th graders. And so it's a very targeted group of people that have zero accountability for their lives. And that's not anything we're going to be able to change. And so, not being personally in the classrooms at Amador and Argonaut and everything else like that, I would love to think that the messaging is there and that we are encouraging students to take it seriously, that this matters, but it doesn't go on college transcripts. It doesn't have any direct impact on their lives at all. And so my point is, it is a helpful target. It is a helpful roadmap, but it's a little bit of a false equivalency to say this is wrong, that students are graduating, because graduation is far more focused on credits. And every single class has standards, the California standards, that students have to achieve to get credit for that class. And that's all graduation is based on, right? Your grades and your credits. It's not based on your test score on the one test that universally every student hates. So again, an oversimplification. I just wouldn't get too alarmed at the discrepancy.
Well, thank you for that. I know of grown men in this county that they cannot read, and they graduated from here. And, it years and years ago, but it makes me pause. Are we on the right track still? And that's why I bring this up.
Yep, we are taking it into account. We'll talk a little bit more when we talk about the graduation requirements in the next piece. And it goes back again to 1 point of data, right? So to your point, Mr. Gale, 1 point of data. And we have to keep in mind when we have these questions, the ELPI one, those are the slides and the information that causes us to ask more questions. I think I'm like a broken record with data. Good data causes more questions. I think these are the ones that are causing the Ed Services Department to dig in and look at and try to address.
I think in my opinion, this slide bothered me last year. It bothers me this year. I have the same sentiment as you. I know James shares the same thoughts as well. For me, I think Peter kind of hit the nail on the head with something, is that there isn't any accountability, and I think that still happens even with the classes in some aspects. I believe, and I could be totally off base here, but during COVID time, when we were just forced to pass everybody, even if the kid, and I was teaching at that point, even if that student made not, and I get there was whole extenuating circumstances, but even if that child made not one, literally I had kids in my class do not one singular thing, but I wasn't allowed to fail them. And this is at a junior high level at that point. And I think I don't think that that's necessarily still happening, but when we can pass classes with D's and this, not whatever, I think that that's the standards, I feel. And I don't think that this is just an Amador County thing. I want to clarify that. I think this is a statewide, and I would even probably go almost a national level to a certain extent, that the standards that we hold at this point are so low. The bar is set so low that, it's okay. We'll just pass them on, but we're not doing anybody any sort of service here. If we have junior high kids, and I just reference this because this is my experience, if you have junior high kids where I'm supposed to be teaching them decimals and fractions and all this stuff, but they can't add and they can't multiply and they can't do this, it just snowballs. And then they're graduating with a third grade reading level. And I think that's shown here. And I think that I agree with you. I think any increase moving in the right direction is obviously the way we need to be going. But when you look at 76% of students, or whatever that was, 73%, whatever it was, a large chunk, 3/4 of the kids in our district that can't do math at a grade level basis is pretty crazy. On the other hand, we're not alone. As Peter said, Manteca's like that. The entire state's like that. So for me, clearly we have issues to solve here, but in my opinion, we have bigger issues. When we talk about chronic absenteeism, okay, cool, yes, they miss 1 day a month or a day and a half, and they're chronically absent. Okay, well, when my kid gets sick every other day and can't go to school, my kid's chronically absent all the time. He's absolutely chronically absent. But when hand, foot, and mouth goes through your classroom 8 different times or whatever it is, and then he's puking, and then he's got this, and he's coughing, and then they're in the hospital, whatever, and then we're getting phone calls about this, and this is kind of a side note at this point. But I'm just saying, all of these things lead up to we're graduating everybody, but nobody knows anything. And so, I mean, again, I appreciate the data and where we are, but at some point it's like, are we ever gonna change anything in the way that we're mandated to do things? I understand that we as a district are mandated to do things a specific way, even if that way is stupid. And so I think that's kind of where we're at this point with this.
I'm glad you brought up the COVID situation of passing everybody, because I was on the board at the time when that was brought up to lower standards. Or I remember there was actually 2 board members that voted no on that situation. With that being said, I appreciate Ms. Horn saying the graduation requirements further down the agenda, because I guess I was trying to figure out how to make it not me, but with my situation, and I'm sure similar parents are out there as well. So we have kids that are all different walks of lives, and we want to guide them, support them, nurture them, et cetera, try to be good parents. So one kid's an athlete, one kid's a performing arts kid, the other kid's trying to figure it out. We're just, so to speak. I realized very quickly that following NCAA eligibility was not the same as following California graduate requirements. And I questioned it, why the heck is it not the same? NCAA eligibility is much more, what's a word? Stringent, harder, detailed, figure it out, vigorous. Rigorous. So then going through that child's high school career, another high school student comes in, totally different pathways, and navigating life. And I guess my comment is, and then even now with another student trying to figure out, whoa, hold on. So following the state's guideline, we now are trying to figure out how to be qualified to get into college because it wasn't, you know, it's like, why do we set these kids up for that? I've questioned it for many years. And every time this slide comes up, I think the same thing that the other board members thought, like, whoa, what the heck? That is a slap in the face. And I think I ask every year that this agenda item comes on, so, okay, data determines where funding goes. I've sat here for a long time and we're doing it wrong. Are we doing it wrong because the state requires us to do it wrong? Or not requires, but mandates us or tells us to continue to do it wrong? Well, then is that a them problem or an us problem? Because if we continue to do something wrong, knowing that we're doing it wrong, I think that's like a us problem, yeah?
I don't want us to ever use the structure of state education as an excuse. It's, in the end, it's on us.
Yeah, so then that's an us
So
problem.
I,
So we're putting money in the wrong pockets or the
Well,
wrong positions. Or
but I mean, I think Patty's going to get to this in a minute where, you know, the investment the board made in the spring with Renaissance Learning and everything that we're pushing forward now to help improve learning in the district is our number one focus. And so, yeah, there's a lot we have to do about it. And I don't want to be in a position where we say, well, the state should do this or the state should do that. We could spend a lot of time talking
Absolutely.
about all of that. And it starts to just, to me, just become an excuse. So
then-
it's like, given the cards we're dealt, what are we going to do about it, right? I mean, that's the mentality we're bringing to this. But having said all that, there is always an element on the state testing of getting kids to take it seriously. And so we have to factor that in and never use that as an excuse, but realize that it's probably not going to ever give us the best indication of how our students are performing because there's no accountability with it. And until there is, you're going to have kids. I remember years and years ago, I was the STAR test coordinator at Amador High School, and that was back when it was bubbling in. And I remember as I was reviewing all the packets that came in, there was this group of kids, they were all kind of sitting by each other, and one bubbled in an awesome, it looked like a tank on their test. It was a pretty cool looking tank. But I can pretty much guarantee that he did not score well when they asked for 1 out of 4 answers, but to make the tank look cool, a lot of answers you have to bubble in A, B, C, and D, right? And so that's why with what we're doing in Renaissance and tying it back to student performance, those can give us in some ways better indicators than even the school dashboard can give us.
So with numerous administrations that I have seen,
Yes.
each one has had their own recipe for a good meal. Does that make sense? When does the community or a board member, let's just say me, when do I get to taste the good meal from Miss Horn's recipe now? Does that make sense?
If you keep,
Typically,
Because it's like everybody throws in there, oh, this is a great idea. Boom, oh, see you later. Oh, start a new one. Oh, this is a great idea. Here you go. Oh, see you later. Here's a new one. By the way, we got a great idea. Let's try this one.
I think you hit the nail on the head. If you keep changing what you're doing, it's pretty hard to move in a direction.
For sure.
Which is why when we pitched, and I go back to what we're doing in Renaissance because it's a big part of what we're doing, the board approved a 5-year contract. So we're not doing flavor of the month and then moving to the next thing.
Right.
Because when you do that, how are teachers supposed to have a direction when the direction is getting changed every year? That's not a teacher problem, right? And so all the work that's being done with our teacher leadership team at the district level and the work with our principals is trying to create continuity across the board with what we're doing as a district. And yeah, there's always going to be challenges. Welcome to public education. But you have to have one direction to go as an organization, and you can't keep changing it on people or it's not going to work.
Correct. I have one more question. With, I've, for 7 years, 8 years, whatever it is, I've heard tests really don't determine the test. The test is not a good indicator. So, well, that's what the state gives us to indicate. So my question is, being the amazing district that we are, can we find a way to determine success or better numbers than what the state gives us? Can we step outside the box to be the?
I wouldn't call it a bad indicator, it's a flawed indicator. And there's a difference to me because every system's going to have its flaws. For me, one of the things I focus on these scores is less about the colors because that can become, like Patty said, 0.3 changes you from one color to the next. There can be swings in colors that happen with small data points. But for me, when I look at areas where we fall below the state average, those would be my biggest concern. Because while I said students don't always take it seriously, I believe every district could say that.
Yeah, absolutely.
And so every district's going to have a portion of kids that don't take it seriously that is going to lower your score. But if as a district we're below the state average, to me that's one of the indicators that I look at outside of looking at red through blue that we need to focus on because I do think that's useful data.
One would think that graduating should be that indicator. No?
I mean,
I think it used to be. Like, that was the way it used to be. I mean, we could used to be until we're blue in the face, but I don't know. That's changed so much, right?
Well, how they graduate matters though too, right? I mean, we have an alternative education program, so it doesn't mean 97% of the kids graduated from Amador or Argonaut and met those standards either. We have a very strong alternative education team that then helps kids who are credit deficient still graduate. That's a good thing.
For
right?
sure.
And so that has to be balanced with the performance on the tests as well.
I agree with all of that. I think that at some point, and I agree with what you said, at some point, we can blame the state for lots of things, trust me, I do. However, at a certain point, we do have to just take control of our own situation and what we can do within those kind of limitations. And I think, for me personally, if I had any say in it, is that I think that we should be setting the bar high and helping those kids come up to that bar. I don't think that we should stay setting the bar at the minimum and having them just try and meet that. I think that if you, again, I know that people, like as James said, come from all walks of life. It is amazing what you learn when you have 4 kids. They can all come from the same people and they are like wildly different. So I get all of those things. However, what is common, I think, is that 99% of the time, if you're setting high standards for kids and you help them, they will exceed your expectations almost every time. And so if it was up to me and it's my wish that we can set the bar higher for these kids, can we bring back the exit exam as a graduation requirement? Something to just put some teeth in what it is, like some accountability for students to be able to do that. I don't know. This is just all throwing this out there. I don't expect an answer right this second. I'm just throwing out ideas on what we can do to maybe, I get that this is just like a blip in what we actually do as a district and as teachers and functioning that way, but I think that there is more that we can do. I agree with you on having that continuity and having the 5-year, we need to be doing something consistently. When you change it all the time, nothing good comes from that, honestly. So I do agree with all of that, but I think some other outside the box ideas would probably be helpful as well.
One more little thought real quick on that same thing. We've been talking about Renaissance, right? Which is a software that helps us to do some of this evaluative work if we choose to, right? One of the things that Manteca's done that has been helpful is trying to standardize to some extent. So it may not be a huge thing, but this next week, every 9th grade, every 10th grade, every 11th grade, every 12th grade, every single English student will take the exact same test for their term 2 final. And all that data goes into Illuminate, and it's a test that the teacher has no control over the content. It's people who put it together and make sure that we're measuring well what the standards are asking, right? And so that does provide a worthwhile snapshot. And because it's the final exam, it is part of the grade. And it is, we've decided, for example, in our English department, I don't know how this is negotiated here in Amador, but that final exam is 15% of the grade. It's significant. And so that is some degree of a, shall we say, an accountability piece that the data is available at the district level, and we can see trends and see with our own measurements how things are going. So with the Renaissance software, I think there's opportunities to at least discuss to what extent we want to have our own accountability to some degree.
All right. Guys ready to keep going? Because if you wanted to talk about things that are confusing, there's always this one. This indicator is the toughest one to kind of understand because going back to that whole conversation you just had, one of the number one ways of deciding if kids were college or career ready was their CAS performance divided by the number of students who graduated. But remember, this one's doesn't always take our dual enrollment, our CT, all of those things aren't captured here. But we have good news because we increased by 1.8% and moved into yellow last year. If one more student, so in this time I was able, because of the way this is calculated, I was able to tell you one more student had passed one more of those criteria, we would have been in the green for this year. Okay. Chronic absenteeism. This is one that's a little tough sometimes to understand. I realize that 5x5 grid is tiny. It is the chronic absenteeism, but I wanted to just draw your attention to last year and the year before we were both in yellow. So if we were looking at that 5x5 grid on the bottom, we would be on the far bottom right-hand yellow side. Because we decreased, we actually go to the middle column. So at the bottom row, far right side, decreased, it's tough to see on there, we dropped 2 colors. And we decreased by 0.1%. So in order to move on chronic absenteeism, we needed to increase. So if you maintained or decreased, you stayed right there. And we were already high to begin with. We are at 21% chronically absent. We're going to talk a little bit about what we're doing, kind of some pilot programs we're trying with some absenteeism. But again, as Kayla, you pointed out, we don't want sick kids coming to school. So that is always a fine line when we talk about chronic absenteeism. Suspension rates. So the suspension rate on this one is we increased by 0.8%. If 47 fewer students had been suspended, our indicator would have been yellow. We were orange the last 2 years. California as a whole has a suspension rate of 2.9. Ours is 7.6. All right. In 10 similar districts.
On that one, sorry, really quick.
Oh, sure.
Question on that one. When it says 47 fewer students, are we going by 47 student class periods or actual 47 kids had to not be suspended?
So suspension data, the way that they report it, Jared, make sure I don't get this one wrong because this is the one that I always reverse in my head.
So suspension data is based on if a student is suspended for 1 day, it doesn't matter if they're suspended 1 day or 15 days, they count as the same weight in the data point. So it's number of students being suspended for at least 1 day.
So this is actually 47 bodies?
Yes.
Okay. I appreciate when I asked you the brief question before the board meeting that you explained that
Thank you. I forgot to.
That if you see, for example, on chronically absent students with disabilities is listed in the red. You explained that on this one suspension rate, they're also in the red. It's just was a formatting issue.
It's a formatting issue.
Where
It's
the
on
text
this.
got pushed off the screen,
Thank
which
you.
is not good. That there's so many people on the left-hand side that they literally got pushed off the screen. They're like hanging down there in the shadow. Our poor students with disabilities. But they are in this red category too. So, yeah.
Thank you for reminding me. I meant to call that out. There was a formatting error on the slide, and they're here on my screen, but not on yours.
Yeah.
Sorry. Thank you. All right. Not our favorite slide. In fact, our least favorite slide, to be honest. 10 similar districts. So these are districts that are similar because they have enrollment between 3,000 and 5,000, unduplicated rate. So remember when Jared was talking about when we look at those percentages with dashboard data, it's hard because if you actually added them all up, they would be more than 100 because a kid could be in 3 or 4 different places or indicators. So unduplicated means if a student is a student with a disability, is also low socioeconomic and an English learner or foster, all of those things, they only count once for one indicator. That's what unduplicated means. So looking at 10 similar districts to our size and demographic, this is where we rank. And this is the slide that, again, we are at Ed Services going, we have to change this slide. This is a call to action slide for us. If you want to see the list of similar districts, the link is, I believe it's live on your PDF.
We're first in graduation rate with 10 similar districts.
Yep. All right, so last year when we had this conversation, we talked a little bit and the board asked, okay, so we always talk about this, you always present this data, what are we doing about it? So the change to this year's presentation is I want to bring your attention to just touching on, this is not a comprehensive list of everything we're doing. In fact, you'll probably see some of this again or hear more in depth about this next month when we talk about our LCAP, mid-year check-in. But at the beginning of the year, after last year's dashboard information, district leadership, the site leadership, our MLT teams, everybody got together and we have decided to focus on 4 key initiatives. These are the key initiatives going forward that we feel are going to move the needle for our students. So the key initiatives, that org structure on the top is who's in charge of what, but they're on the bottom. The 4 are quality first instruction, common assessments, adult professional learning, and targeted student supports. Everything we're doing this year, every indicator that we're trying to address comes through this. All of the training that we're doing, all of the decisions we're making when it comes to curriculum, when it comes to instruction and professional development, all comes with a lens to these 4 district initiatives. So, the first one we started 2 years ago. We're going into our actual 3rd year of Universal Design for Learning. You've heard us talk about it, which encompasses quality first instruction and adult professional learning. We started with training our administrators. We brought in our MLT teams. Now, the MLT team is comprised of a teacher leader and the principal from every site who gets together every month and focuses on quality first instruction. What you have on this slide is, on the left side is the data from exit polls that we've done on all of our MLT training dates from June to December of this year. We have a long survey, but I pulled one data point. I'm better prepared to implement change toward quality first instruction for students. This is as reported by our MLT teachers and the teachers who then at site, those teachers and principals are providing training at each of their sites. And this is the data that comes from those surveys that they take at the end of their district-led collaboration days. So remember, now that we have those days, we have 5 district-led collaboration days where we can focus on quality first instruction, adult professional learning, that helps teachers do the things they need to do better and helps come alongside, give them tools, give them time to collaborate and talk, and focus on best instruction. On the right-hand side, we have what those of you who are familiar with AVID, a Wicker walkthrough tool. This is an ACUSD kind of hybrid, a difference between a Wicker walkthrough tool and a UDL look for tool. Each of the MLT teams is designing this with their teachers and their site leadership to be able to have walking around, going through, doing, for those of us who are older, we used to call them instructional rounds, but going in and observing other teachers. And these are the things looking for, what are your lesson objectives? Do your students know? Can they identifying what does good teaching look like, and then giving teachers an opportunity to work together and watch each other and learn from each other. One of the things I want to point out as I give you the data on the next few slides, and we're talking about the initiatives that we're taking to try to move the needle, Every time we talk about Renaissance, Renaissance has a co-partner in our extensive needs world. That's Unique Learning Systems. And the data that we're going to look at right now for Renaissance, we don't have companion data right now for unique learning because we had some anticipated barriers. We needed touch screen Chromebooks for our ESN kids to be able to take the unique learning assessments, and those have just gotten put in place as of last week. So the next time we look at data, we'll have side-by-side Renaissance for our general ed students and unique learning for our extensive needs students. But I did want to call that out. If you're wondering where is that in here, we don't have data yet because we needed some infrastructure to get dealt with. So we started the STAR reading assessment and STAR math assessment. We had our first cycle that started in August and ended on September 19th. During that time, students K-12 are using the same program, the same platform to test reading and math. And going back to one of the comments we had when we were discussing assessment and data points, the beauty in this is we're all using the same assessment. It's not apples and oranges, it's all the same. Our common assessment right now, why you would see a difference in this is, remember, not all of our students take math, that our math requirements are not TK through 12. We have students who don't take math. We also have represented in here some of the students who wouldn't take the reading or math assessment. Our reading is so high because we have the early literacy assessment that's also being accessed by our younger students. But our students who have extensive needs would not be using this platform. But right now, we don't have any growth data to give you because we won't take the next cycle until January. So I'm hopeful to be able to come back to you and have more applicable data. Trustee Marzano, to kind of go with your question, what could we do in Amador that would be more authentic? Our hope is that this will give us more authentic data that is true to us and what we're doing right now. This is, along with the Renaissance, we know we did 5 years. We have this huge package. One of the things that we were able to gain through that Renaissance partnership is accelerated reader. If you have kids who've been in school in the last 15 to 20 years, you know it as AR. And they read books, take tests, score points. It's used in various ways. AR was something our elementary schools were using, and then we found out some of our middle and high schools were using, and when we finally dug into it, we found out it was being used quite a bit. And so we were able to incorporate that into our Renaissance contract and get AR for everybody. And this is our data for accelerated reader from September until now, till present. And kind of exciting that we had over 8,000 books read. This is our engagement level by grade level district-wide. So starting in first grade, it didn't gather kindergarten. Most kindergartners aren't taking AR tests, right? But you can see that we definitely have some grade levels that are very excited by this, the idea of reading and taking the tests and engaging with accelerated reader. Again, we're at the beginning of this journey, and we're hoping that this kind of engagement will equal students who are doing better, reading better, understanding better, having higher comprehension. This is the goal. Along with that, part of the program through Renaissance, we have an intervention program called Freckle. Freckle has language arts and math, and if you're looking at this slide, it's very tough to tell, but ELA is purple and math is orange. It's important to point out right now for targeted student supports that when the students take the STAR reading or STAR math assessment, it will make suggestions on what lessons they could be working, what things they could be working on in Freckle to help improve their score. We've not yet trained any of our teachers in Freckle. We're taking a slow goal this year. Our goal with STAR was that they take the assessment and utilize 2 reports. This data is our current data. This is how often we have early adopters, teachers who were like, I I have access to it. I want to. They've learned it on their own and they're applying it to their students right now. And they're already starting to see this is the practice that is guided by the assessment. So once we have where we're going, this is that we're hoping with this kind of engagement, we can improve the assessment scores.
Quick question.
Yeah.
On the slide, students engaged by grade. So does that mean
Only with
28
the
students
accelerated
in
reader.
first grade were engaged and all the rest weren't?
No, that means they had that many students who took tests on accelerated reader. It's not a requirement.
Okay.
So they're reading books and taking tests to work on comprehension.
So if it's not a requirement, it's just if the students decides to get involved. Like I remember Plymouth Elementary with my boys, 4th and 5th grade, there was a big, how many books can you read? We're gonna have a big assembly. So that would make sense for 4th and 5th grade. So there has to be some incentive for them to want to get engaged.
Right. At this point, this is a tool teachers can use to help engage students. And this is just a measurement of what grade levels are using it and how often they're using it.
So I guess my question that generated now is, why wouldn't a teacher be using it to get them all engaged?
Various reasons, and some of it could be that it's just not been a focus at this point. We're really working on the common assessment this year. That key initiative is making sure everyone's taking the STAR reading and STAR math so that we can start seeing that data and comparing. But to be honest, I had a love-hate relationship with accelerated reader as a teacher.
Okay.
So it's a very complex answer. I'd love to get into it with you sometime. Let's get a cup of coffee. Because I'm sure there's a couple of teachers sitting out there going, oh, I could tell you why. It's great, and sometimes it's not. If a student loves to read, it's a fantastic tool. If they don't, it can be a hammer.
Yeah, that makes sense. Thank you.
You're welcome. So Freckle, like I said, this for us, again, is what do you do once you know where they are? And we already have students and teachers engaging with the practice that's going to help move the needle.
Quick question on this slide.
Sure.
Again, this is not something that's being required yet.
Nope.
Right? And so in 9th grade, for example, when it says they have, give or take, an average total minutes on the right-hand side, they're spent per student per grade of 80, is that only averaging the students who actually did it? Or is that all students?
That's the ones who are actually engaging with.
When we're actually doing it? Okay.
Yep.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Can I ask a question about the previous slide? I'm sorry.
This one or the one with the bars?
The bars, the previous slide, this one. Students engaged by grade.
Uh-huh.
And you had said not all students are using this.
No.
But yet you also explained that Renaissance is a tool that we're going to be using to boost these percentages and these scores.
Mm-hmm.
I don't understand that.
It's not, we aren't making this a mandated thing right now. The mandate is the using of the common assessment, the STAR reading and the STAR math, because it's a new process for us all to be using the same assessment. This year, our focus is on the common assessment and then the using the data that comes from that to drive the instruction.
Okay. And I'm sorry, the long night keeps weighing in the back of my head, but this topic right here, like, I'm sitting here fuming. I don't want to say fuming, that's a bad word. This bothers me. Like, I take it personal. I've been here for so long and I haven't seen a change. Like, is it a me? Is it because I'm being a crappy board member? Like, well, what's going on here? And I hope that everybody takes this topic personal as much as I do. But I just don't understand why we're not making something that you're telling us is going to be a tool that we're utilizing to boost all the stuff that you just presented to us that we're concerned about, but yet we're not offering this to everybody. And I know what AR is. I have kids in school and have had. I don't know. It just doesn't make sense to me.
It's offered to everyone.
Well, but not everybody's using it.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Okay.
Right. Yeah. So next year we're gonna be. I don't know how I'm envisioning this is. Okay, these numbers may or may not change, but then I'm gonna think, we're not everybody's using the tools to boost these numbers.
Right. So it's a big undertaking, to be honest. It goes back to the, how do you eat an elephant one bite at a time? When you're looking at the scores and all of where we needed to go and the amount of ground we wanted to make up, it was daunting. And so we finally, in many cabinet meetings, MLT, we stood back and said, we have to focus on small incremental. I mean, it's a big change to have an entire system using the same testing and assessment and talking the same language. So we looked at what was the point that we could laser light in, get really precise with this. So then hopefully that data will show us exactly where to go next. And that was this year's focus, was that assessment piece and the heavy lift of getting everybody to do the same thing and talk the same language in the system. Once we have that, and I hear you because I want to fix it all tomorrow, right? And we have these tools that are available. To me, this slide excited me. Actually, this slide excited me and this slide excited me because these are not being required. These are people who are utilizing the tools that are available and running down the road going, we're ready, we want to do this. We have teachers who are excited and they're being self-taught. They're jumping on and figuring these things out and calling us excited and telling us what they're learning. So we're like, great, we're going to have you tell your colleagues.
What students are taking these opportunities? Ones that want to.
The AR?
Yeah. Ones that want to, right?
My guess looking at those numbers is the ones that the teachers are incentivizing.
Okay. So pretty much that want, back in my school day, I think it was that personal Pizza Hut pizza or something, right?
Right.
So
Ours was a barbecue you got to go to.
So I was that kid that didn't give a crap about pizza because I wasn't reading a book. You know what I mean?
Right.
Like, let's be real. What are we doing for those ones? Passing them.
It's the hardest question. Yeah,
Right.
it's hard.
I don't mean to be the bad guy, but it sucks and it hurts. And I mean, I hope we figure it out.
I just have a question for you, and I don't think you're gonna take this the wrong way. What do you, as somebody who you say that was you as a kid,
Yeah.
I was the opposite. I was like, oh, I'm gonna win this. I'm gonna get all those points. That was me.
Right.
I wasn't you. So
Yeah.
what would you do for those kids? What would your, any suggestions? I don't think we have to do this right now. I'm just saying,
I think that's a whole nother Oprah. You know what I mean?
That's why I
think
said,
that's
yeah, if
different
we could
funds
solve
that-
that one,
Yeah.
we'd be millionaires because student motivation is
Right.
one of the hardest things teachers deal with on a daily. And understanding what makes them tick or engages them or gets them excited. It's tough. It's hard. But
That's a good ass question.
to go back to our Pollyanna comment, right? You're like, our glass is empty and it stinks. And I'm like, but James, I'm so excited. People are
Right.
using the
I
things.
don't mean to be this.
No, I know. You're okay. I just like to try to find something.
For sure.
Here's another fun one I want to talk to you about. Chronic absenteeism. So when we looked at our absenteeism last year, we had a heat map that we got that showed some of the days that are red are the highest number of absences in our district. And as a cabinet, we looked at this, and as principals at a principals meeting, we looked at it, and our MLT, we all looked at it. And a couple of things happened. You can see where the red is, and having been an upcountry principal, I'm like January and February, I know why it's snowing. Kids struggle to come to school when it snows. We have issues with things. But we had a couple of days that jumped out to all of us that had super high rates of absenteeism. And the first one was October 21st, which was the first day back after fall break. And so we started looking at the days coming back after break and realizing that the Mondays following our breaks have some of the highest absentee in the district. So if people are traveling and coming home on Sunday, they might not be making it in on Monday. Now, if there's various other reasons. So we decided to test our theory that, well, maybe it's just hard to fight with kids on Monday to get them into school or whatever. We were all parents. And so we started talking about what would make a kid want to go to school, what could make a difference. So on October 20th of this year, we tried a little experiment. That's the first day back after October break this year. Each of the schools made fresh homemade cinnamon rolls, and all the students who were in attendance that day were entered into drawings to win school swag. And we were like, let's see what happens. Put it out there. Little swag, some cinnamon rolls. I myself will get out of bed for a nice hot cinnamon roll. So hot off the presses is the data. This is the difference this had. So last year we had, and I do have to tell you, Trustee Marzano, I do giggle sometimes when I put these slides together because I can hear in my head your voice going, show me the 0.3 of a student. But it's data, so we'll just, 308.3 students were absent. 8% of our total student population missed the first Monday back in 2024. In 2025, 265.8 students were absent, 7% of our total student population. That equated to 42 and a half more students attended. So we're going to try it again in January. On January 5th, we're having our second attendance focus day, and there's going to be more cinnamon rolls, there's going to be more swag, and we're going to see if we can make a difference maybe. We can't do a lot with snow and other things, but there's sometimes that we can look at the trends on the heat map and go, if we made coming to school that day more enticing than sleeping in, would it make a difference? And in this case, at least on this one day that we tried it this year, it did. So we thought we might try it again and see how it goes. All right, so know that all of these assessments, like the CASP, everything is a tool. They represent part of the commitment. And so we have started on this journey with our 5-year commitment. We have our key initiatives. We're focusing on making sure that our students are getting quality first instruction, that they're getting targeted interventions, that we have quality professional learning for our teachers. All of these things are working. The common assessments is huge. The lift of trying to get everybody talking in the same language across the board. We're hoping that every time I come up here for the next 5 years, we will have improvement to show. We'll start to move down this road. This is the goal. And as we're looking at it, the biggest difference now is we're using data to drive our decisions. We have data that is exactly across the board, common data. And the data that we're using to drive our decisions now, we have absolute hope and faith will move the needle for our students. So hopefully next year at this time, I'll be able to have continued increases and maybe more colors.
Okay, thank you very much.
I have one more question. I'm so sorry.
No, go ahead.
Have we you said data, and earlier in the presentation, being's transportation is a hot topic. Have we kept track of the data that has affected the chronic absentee percents?
Yeah.
If there was or has been any at all?
So with the cancellation schedule, we have noticed a improvement in attendance on bus cancellation days when parents can now better anticipate when the bus won't be running versus the last minute cancellations.
Say that again?
So last year, routes were canceled last minute in the morning of. This year, we have a cancellation schedule where 3 routes are canceled in advance each day. And with that, with parents being able to anticipate that, that has helped improve our overall attendance.
So in past, since we've encountered transportation issues, has that data been included in this data? Has there been any standalone data? Like, is it a significant number?
We're about
Where it's
one.
like, dang, that's hard.
Well, and this is where it becomes a chicken and egg thing because you also have attendance pre-COVID versus post-COVID, which there are factors there outside of transportation that matter. We're right now running at about 1% to 1.5% lower in attendance than we were pre-COVID overall.
Okay.
Okay. All right, we're going to go ahead and move on to item 14.2, ACUSD graduation requirements and requirement recommendations. Okay, with Ms. Horn and Ms. Gravett.
I'll go
see
ahead
Ms.
and
Gravett there.
present.
Okay.
You have a companion document in here, and we referenced this a little bit during the last presentation. Just a little bit of background. Last year, the high school graduation committee was reconvened for the first time in more than 5 years to look at our graduation requirements. Director Gravett led that work. She did an amazing job of getting together representation, you can see in the document, from both high schools. They looked into everything surrounding high schools, surrounding districts, what they're doing, what we're doing, evaluated, discussed, had really, really good informational meetings and good conversation. And from that work, they actually decided to continue meeting regularly each school year, to continue, not waiting 5 years to look at it again, but to continue working on graduation requirements as they change and they become fluid. And as we are moving and we're looking at the kind of data that we are tonight with Renaissance and STAR and CASP and all of the things, having that committee continue to meet to keep an eye on those graduation requirements. So, on the document, I do want to point out there is one typo on page 2. The elective says 80 classes, 80 credits. It should be 8 classes, 80 credits. There are not 80 elective classes, so there's an inadvertent 0 there. And a couple of high schoolers who are probably looking at me going, don't you dare make us take 80 elective classes. But there's just some minor changes. If you look at the requirements, the minimum high school graduation requirements for the state versus what our current and what our new graduation requirements are, we have not changed. We are still maintaining a 250 credit total credits to graduate. The state is 130. So back to your question of what are we doing? Are we raising the bar high? We have some of the highest credits around, and our graduation committee was not willing to budge on that, and that is a good thing. They were happy with keeping that. Just some minor changes that really have to do with making it easier for scheduling as we move forward, but they kept 3 years of math, 4 years of science. Excuse me, 3 years of math, 4 years of English, 3 years of science. Are there any other questions on this?
A couple of questions. Number one, I don't mean to be ornery, but I'm pretty certain, having been teaching English for 28 years, that there already is the state level 4 years of English required, that it's not just 3.
Yeah, some of those are not changeable.
So, but we have it listed as the state school graduation requirements are 3, and I don't believe that's correct. I'm pretty certain it's English that is 4 required. I looked it up again myself to double check just tonight. I'm pretty certain that that is a statewide requirement of 4 years. I'm happy to be proven wrong if I'm wrong, but that would be pretty shocking to me. On the history piece, I would appreciate understanding better. We had 3 years, that's a state requirement. It bumped up to 3.5, then back down to 3. What's the half?
Geography.
Okay, geography. So that's not in reference to the forgive me, the multicultural whatever thing that's coming, that's in the future?
Nope.
Okay,
That's not what that is.
thank you.
California grad requirement is only 3 years for English.
Really? What's your source on that?
There's very few CDE, I'll send it to you. There's very few districts that do that. 4 is pretty much the standard everywhere, but technically it is only 3 years.
Mind blown. Would love to see the source. Thank you.
Any other questions for us?
What would be the 5 credits of health that is deleted?
The health can now be, instead of a standalone class, it can be embedded in other classes. And I don't want to ruin next month's presentation, but there's a presentation of a new course coming next month that will have that embedded, explain what embedded health looks like. And Director Gravette and the secondary team will be bringing that forward next month. But it doesn't have to be the standalone anymore. And part of that too is in order to teach a standalone health class, you need a specific health credential. That's getting harder and harder. Most people are not getting that, but we can embed it into other things, and other credentials can meet that requirement.
Thank you.
What is the UCCSU requirements in comparison to this update? Because I know the NCAA is 4 all the way across.
So we would have to get, we have a chart in our high school manuals that shows that. So we can get that to you to show you line by line what it is.
Why wouldn't high schools be equal with that?
With college requirements?
Yeah.
Because not every kid goes to college.
Yeah. I mean, but is it much different?
Well, there's 2 parts to that, right? So for college requirements, like what we put forward here is that they're doing however many years in each of these areas. The state for CSU UC requirements, it's the number of years in those courses, and they must be at least a college prep level. We could provide a course that's not a college prep level course that still meets the grad requirement. Any high school can do that.
Do we offer any non-college prep classes?
Yes.
Okay. That's
Not a lot,
right.
but we do. Math.
Okay.
So when kids come in and they're behind and they're not ready for Algebra 1 college prep,
Right.
they take Algebra 1 spread out over 2 years, and that is considered G level or general level.
Right.
So while that will earn them math credits toward high school graduation, it will not earn them any credibility towards CSU or UC requirements.
Okay. So the reason why we wouldn't is just because not all students have aspirations to go to college?
That's part of it, but we would then have to put in our graduation requirements, it's 4 years of college prep English and 3 years of
Correct.
college
Okay.
prep math, right? You'd
I
have
get that.
to say that.
I guess the reason why I asked that is Board Member Parker's comment of setting the bar.
Yeah.
Elevating it, which can be debated in many different ways of, what is it called? Reaching the student, going down to the student. I know there's a term that's used in education. You got it.
We have eliminated more G-level courses through the years because of that very thing. Because if you, for example, when I was principal at Amador, we offered G-level English for all 4 years. And one of the fundamental problems with that was the second a freshman set foot on campus and took G-level English, they're now not going to be eligible to go to a 4-year.
Right.
And so we create a path for students to be college eligible that is still there. It's not in the grad requirements, but we set kids up for that path. With the increase in career technical education offerings, that really is our other main indicator that we're doing more in CTE to make a student career ready and college ready, or at least one of the two, right?
How do I ask this question? Is it fair to say that now correct me if I'm wrong, I'm sure somebody will, is it fair to say that we move more to CTE because we're funded for it? And that money's there, so we want to kind of...
Well, it's always been a strong desire in the community. It was reframed by the state as CTE, known previously as vocational education.
For sure.
And it's always been a high priority here in the county.
Absolutely, and I think it's great.
But of course, those programs are expensive to run.
Yeah.
So the CTE funding has allowed us to be able to offer more in the way of CTE offerings because the state has provided funding to support those programs.
Okay. Okay.
I mean, running a welding class is a lot more expensive than running an English class.
I would hope.
Yeah. So, that's, where the state continues to support CTE, so that's a good thing. And we received a lot of money for many of the startup costs. A lot of times with CTE, the startup, getting all the welding equipment and supplies and everything you need and the right welders and ventilation, all that is a big expense. Then maintaining that program is not nearly as expensive. So it's helped us a lot in the, start of those programs to be able to then maintain them after.
How common is it for a student to enter high school and then say the end of their sophomore year, be like, you know what, I want to go to college. Oh my gosh, I can't.
I don't know about common. I mean, my experience is,
What is the likelihood of it?
well, the freshman brain is not the most mature.
Yep, absolutely.
And so when a student is a freshman, they can struggle to see the big picture. And that's where our academic counselors come in and do a lot to push students to try to get them to see the full picture and create a 4-year plan at the start of high school so that they don't disqualify themselves in their first year of high school. Again, going back to how we set up our classes, with so many college prep offerings, most students are not going to be in that boat by sophomore year. Unless they're failing classes, then obviously, college prep or not, they're not going to qualify. But we're not putting them in English G class as a freshman. We're not doing things like that that would automatically disqualify them from a 4-year.
Could that be a situation with CTE? I want to go down the CTE route. Ooh, dang, I changed my mind. I want to go to the college route. Well, now they can't because they only, is that a thing?
Most of our CTE courses are college prep approved as well, so you can be working on a CTE pathway and it's still lending towards being college eligible. You don't have to do one or the other. You can be doing both.
But not the other way.
What do you mean?
Is that the case with if I want to go college, or if I don't want to go college, and then all of a sudden I want to go college, I haven't taken the. Will the CTE path affect the college path, and vice versa?
Not necessarily. I mean, it can impact a kid.
It's never a yes or a no.
Because we're talking about every single kid is so different.
For sure.
Right? I mean,
Yeah.
that's because when you're asking me these questions, I'm thinking of my past experiences with students, and that's why
Case by case?
Each kid
Okay,
has a 4-year plan, but when you set them up with an expectation of taking 4 years of English, 3 years of math, 3 years of science, we're pushing them towards being college eligible, and they still have to do the work, though. Right. And so they can still be in a CTE pathway, but they're not going to be a CTE only kid. They still got to take their English class and their math class and their science class that will push them towards being eligible. If that makes sense.
Do you think, sorry, I don't mean to interrupt. Do you think, though, by not having differentiated courses, like when we're talking about how the push to move all of these classes, almost eliminate general classes in essence, that we are pushing kids through? Because there are kids that aren't college prep kids. They're just not. And that's not a slight on those kids. That just is the truth. There are some kids that are not college prep kids. And so we can, I think that, I don't know if this has anything to do if we only had one high school, I don't know, whatever. But if we had those options for those kids, they're going to come in, they aren't able or ready to take a college prep English course. They're not strong writers, they're not this, they're not that, but a general course might be better for them. And in that case, yes, maybe they walk on campus and they're taking a general English class their freshman year, and now they're not, CSU, UC ready. However, chances are if they can't write any sort of essay as a 9th grader, not saying that they can't improve by the time they're a senior, they probably aren't going to be super successful at a CSU or a UC. They might be much better served going to a community college or something like that. So my question is can we still hold high standards? Obviously, I agree, 4 years of English, 3 to 4 years of math, that kind of stuff. But I think that if we were able to offer courses that better met kids where they are to a certain extent, that might be helpful. I'm not saying that we have to do that right this instant, but I think that that's just an idea I had. Those are my thoughts.
It's a very important question. I don't think with 12 more agenda items to go tonight,
Right.
I don't think I
wasn't
can
asking
give
the whole
I don't think
conversation.
can
I just
give
want to
a
put that thought out there.
comprehensive answer. But in short, what concerns me is if we have had these conversations about G-level classes. If you make G-level classes more readily available, then essentially we've lowered our expectations.
Right,
And that concerns me.
to be that English teacher who if you poll my students on any given day, even when they're feeling highly successful, maybe 20% of college prep, English students actually want to go to college. The honor students, the advanced placement students, yes, they want to go. But on average, 20 to 30%. Now, 80% of all, according to the rough numbers here, 80% of all people college educated are not educated at a UC or a CSU. They're educated at a junior college, at least first, or at least partially, before they move on. And so that's the bulk of people. Also keep in mind that Ds get diplomas. And so I have a great many students who, yes, they can write a short paragraph. Can they write a coherent essay? No. But we push them hard enough and they try and they build their skills a little bit and they manage to succeed at other things because the California state standards have reading, writing, listening, speaking, the whole gamut, right, of different ways of expressing themselves. Some of these kids, for whatever reason, paragraphs are scary, but they can make one hell of a PowerPoint. So I wouldn't despair. I think that keeping things as they are with high expectations, especially in the English department, having a college prep class that still is for most kids, that is the minimum standard. And yes, we do have our continuation schools or our community school, whatever, that has potential to meet some of those other diverse needs. But it's still the best route to not, as Mr. Critchfield says, lower our standards. We are getting some success with real rigor by keeping the college prep as the expectation.
I know we're not going to solve the world's problems today at this board meeting. However, with what you just said, in my head it pops in, okay, so I have a varsity football player that doesn't understand the fundamentals. Where did that fundamental issue start? AJM. Not that it's a bad thing, but so you know what I mean? So I'm assuming if I was to put it in school perspective, that would be elementary school. Does that make sense?
It is really fun to blame the past for current failures. And certainly there's definitely some truth there.
It's not necessarily a blame. It's like, okay, well, maybe.
Right. And some kids,
maybe they didn't know how to teach it.
For example, okay, we had some disappointing results here with our English learners. And it could be just a new cohort of new kids. But the reason why we have the LTL category is there are some kids in English learner program who have been in the United States for more than 6 years and are still not cutting with basic proficiency because they've learned really well how to hide and how to play the role of trying to fake it and pretend and not really get in there. And so are some kids quite successful at that, at faking it and not really showing they've got the skills? Yes, that's part of the deal, right? And that's why I think that the standards, the goals that we're working toward, having common assessments to try to catch and make sure, okay, this kid's been faking it. They're not getting away with it now because we're measuring all on the same page, and trying to improve our quality of instruction with that formative assessment piece gives us greater potential. So I don't know. I feel like especially if we're going to lose our patience because we're already at 8:30 p.m. This conversation can go forever.
Yeah, for sure.
But I strongly think that one of the things that Amador shines at is trying to have the rigor, is trying to have high expectations and push our students to meet those. And I personally admire, because I know it benefited my children when they were here in the district, the fact that we choose to build into our schedule mandatory for at least some kids, the quote-unquote study hall or whatever we're calling that class, that gives them some time and some additional support to get their stuff together and kind of learn and progress. And so I think we are doing a lot of things right.
Well, that's great. The last presentation didn't show all that stuff.
True.
Okay. In the essence of,
This is an action item.
this is an action item. So we would need a motion to move on with these recommendations.
So real quick,
Yeah.
if this isn't going to go into effect until 2030, and James has some questions about we still could retool this in time to roll it out in 2030, correct?
It goes into effect for the class of 2030.
So starting in 2020.
So sorry.
So it starts next year.
Never mind.
No, I don't have any questions. I think it's to up it is
Yeah. Okay.
I
we would-
move that we approve item 14.2, the ACUSD graduation requirement recommendation.
Second.
Okay, and the vote, Peyton?
Yes.
Claire?
Yes.
Peter?
Yes.
Ken?
Yes.
Shane?
Yes.
And I'm a yes. Okay, we're moving on to item 14.3, 25-26 first interim budget revisions. I don't think, okay. Mr. Norton.
Perfect. Thank you. So what I have here is the 2025-26 first interim budget revisions. At this point, this outlines the necessary adjustments to our adopted budget based on updated data since the start of the fiscal year. And our goal tonight is to review these changes and request your approval, which will allow us to certify the status of our first interim budget in the next agenda item. So beginning with revenues here, we are projecting an increase in total revenue and sources of approximately 1.4 million, bringing our total for the year to 62.6 million. Several key factors are driving this change. On the LCFF revenue side, we have seen an increase of roughly 486,000, which is largely due to strong transitional kindergarten enrollment. This last year, we had based it around basically it's staying flat. It has increased quite a bit. So that has helped us, as well as an increase in our duplicated pupil count, which I'll get more into later on in the presentation or in the next presentation. Federal and state revenues, we recognize an additional 185,000 in federal revenue, primarily from our Title I carryover. And then on the state revenue side, we also saw a net increase of 406,000, which includes adjustments for the Student Support and Professional Development Block Grant, Prop 28 ARP funding, and deferred CTIG revenue, which is our CTE and incentive grant revenue. Despite some reductions that came from our transportation reimbursement and projected ELOP funding from this year. Other local revenue, these have increased by about 587,000, driven by new grants such as our K-16 healthcare grant, and then some carryover from a grant such as our Cal Shape grant of 156 that we weren't anticipating. Other sources, here you will notice a decrease of about 266,000. This actually reflects the elimination of the planned capital lease purchase of vans. This has to do in large part to an accounting mechanism for capital leases where you recognize the full value of the assets in the book. It goes in as a revenue and offsetting expenditure to recognize that value. So it's basically just a accounting mechanism there. But that is now gone as we have eliminated that purchase.
Under the state revenue,
Yes,
the transportation reimbursement down 323,000.
yes.
Is that because we didn't ask for reimbursement or?
No, essentially the anticipated reimbursement came through based on our actual expenditures. And so since our expenditures were down, so was the reimbursement. On the expenditure side, turning to the expenditures, we are projecting a corresponding increase of approximately 1.4 million, totaling 64.9 million. Salaries and benefits, we have adjusted the positional pay increases taking effect starting January 1, 2026. This resulted in an increase of 195,000 for certificated salaries and 362,000 for classified salaries, in addition to health and welfare cap increases. These increases were partially offset by vacancy reductions as well as adjustments down to cash and lieu benefits. For book supplies and services, we are seeing increases here tied specifically to new grant funding that I'd kind of hinted at before, the K-16 healthcare, the Prop 28 additional funds, and CTIG as well. We've also seen some increases in terms of like fuel costs and maintenance equipment needs as well. In terms of other outgo, this category increased by roughly 579,000. Primarily, this was due to additional contributions necessary for the Expanded Learning Opportunities Program, as well as increased special education expenditures on the county side that required additional contribution as well. And then in terms of capital outlay, conversely, we have reduced capital outlay by 250,000, consistent with the elimination of the capital lease purchases on the vans mentioned in the revenue section. And then so looking at where that puts us for the fund balance, we did have a beginning of the year fund balance adjustment to basically 5.98. This was down 327. This had to do with the end of year unaudited actuals where we had the actuals come in. Our budget was based off what we thought it was going to be. Unaudited actuals gave us the actual number, so we ended up a little lower than what we had anticipated. The overall of our net difference due to the increased revenue and expenditures yielded only a slight improvement. We are projecting a deficit spend of roughly 2.29 million, which is actually an improvement of about 14,000 compared to our adopted budget. This leaves us with a projected ending fund balance of 3.69 million. A key positive note is that our unrestricted reserve for economic uncertainties has actually increased by 136,000, bringing that to 2.1 million overall, which will provide us a little bit more buffer room to meet our minimum reserves for the fiscal year. At this time, I recommend the board approve these first interim budget revisions as presented, and I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Okay, we'll just go on the list if there's any questions. Peyton? No. Claire?
No.
Peter?
No.
Ken?
No.
Shane? James?
No.
I don't have any questions either. With that being said, we would just need a motion to approve the revisions.
Make a motion that we approve 14.3, 2025-2026 first interim budget revisions.
Second?
Okay, and the vote, Peyton?
Yes.
Claire?
Yes.
Peter?
Yes.
Ken?
Yes.
Shane?
Yes.
James?
Aye.
I'm also a yes. Okay, we're gonna move on to 14.4, the first interim budget certification.
All right, and continue on here, we'll go to the first interim budget certification. So for our purpose of timeline, having just approved the specific revisions for our budget, we now move to the first interim certification. This presentation will cover our financial activity from July 1 through October 31st, and most importantly, our projections for the current year and then the next 2 out years. First, to orient us on the purpose of this report, the first interim is a critical statutory checkpoint. Unlike the budget adoption in June, this is based on, that was based on estimates. We now have some actual figures to replace those assumptions that we had at that time. So this really gives us a better idea of once we have now an actual enrollments, updated staffing levels, and updated revenue allocations. So with that, our goal tonight is to certify the district's financial solvency, specifically answer whether we meet our obligations for the current fiscal year and subsequent 2 fiscal years. So with the first interim budget cycle, just to kind of put you on the check mark of where we are, we're here at the first interim. This is reporting on actuals through October 31st. It is the next step after our unaudited actuals phase. So this report really establishes a baseline for the remainder of the fiscal year. The numbers we approve tonight will become the operating budget we use until the second interim report in March. In addition, we're going to see in January the governor's 2026-27 state budget proposal, which will outline state priorities, including how it will relate to K-12 education, which kind of helps inform then our decisions as we move forward, or what the priorities might be to help really picture out what we're looking at in the years to come, or the year to come. And then in May, the governor will also update those proposals with a more revised May revision, and ultimately that's what we end up building our budget off of for the next year. So this is a graphical representation of the revenue components. As we just discussed, you kind of see the breakout here of the LCFF, federal, other state, and other local. For the district side, roughly 80% is LCFF funding of the total 62.6 million. And here is the revenue comparison from budget adopted to first interim. I'm not really going to go into too much detail here because it's basically the same thing as what we just saw a second ago. The operating expenditure components, you see a similar breakout, this time by category. We have significant amounts of the salaries, as you see as a part of it. 71.7% are salaries and benefits broken out by the various groups. The next highest one in our operating at 13.9%. And this is, again, that side-by-side comparison where you see the transition from our adopted budget to first interim and the noted changes there. Again, this is what we just went over in the previous budget revisions sheet. So that brings us to our ending fund balance. And this slide brings it all together in a nice summary here. There are 3 key numbers to focus on here, as noted before: the beginning fund balance transition, which was due to the closing of the books, the little bit of improvement on the deficit spend, but then the ending fund balance projected at the 3.68 and the unrestricted at 2.1. So the multi-year projection. So this is where we look not only at this year, but what does the next couple of years really look like? And Based on our projections, we're looking at this current year finishing with a 3.25% for our reserve requirement, which the minimum, just a reminder, is 3% on the district side. Where the challenge really lies is in our next year at the moment. It is projecting to be at 2.21 at approximately 1.4 million, which is about 500,000 below the required 3% of approximately 1.9. In year 3, you see the rebound of the model jumping back up to meet the minimum reserve of the 3.35%. So just to give you an idea of what kind of goes into these assumptions that make out the multi-year projection, on the revenue side, we look to the COLA to see what kind of increase we're going to have there. And most recently, the Legislative Analyst's Office in November updated their estimates to next year being 2.51, and then in 26-27 to be 3.7. The adjustment in 26-27 was actually down. It was a little over 3% before, but the amount in 27-28 did go up about 0.4%. In addition, we see state revenue and local revenue declining in 26-27 by 1.5 million. This is due to multiple one-time grants ending, one of them mainly being that student support and discretionary block grant. It's a one-time, came in, it was about $1 million all in itself, and then it's gone the next year. On the expenditure side of things, we have automatic increases that we factor in at each checkpoint, namely the step and column increases, as well as any debt obligations that we have that increase. In this instance, we do see that the clean energy loan does increase during that time point in each of the 2 out years. So we see a total increase of these automatic increases of about 585,000 in 26-27, and in 27-28, 540,000. Then what we did was also eliminate the COP obligation and the costs tied to our previous self-insured health insurance costs. That reduced expenditures by 1.5 million in 26-27 and 1.85 million in 27-28. One thing that we note, there are currently 1.3 million in positions that are tied to one-time funding at this moment in 25-26 that will become unrestricted expenditures in 26-27 and 27-28. So that changes the unrestricted fund balance as well as we look to that one. We also increased contributions to the County Office of Education in support of special education for 26-27 for 350,000 and 250,000 the year after that in 27-28. Then lastly, we included positional increases and health and welfare adjustments that led to 785,000 increases in 26-27 and a reduction of 159,000 in 27-28 as cash in lieu trickles down a little bit further. As a note, because of the board has not taken action on consolidation, no potential savings for consolidation or expenditures have been included into this presentation. But overall, there has been a significant improvement in our outlook from what our budget adoption was. I've added that to that bottom row there where you can see where the adopted budget MYP was. Initially, we had 3.11% in 25-26, 1.46% in 26-27, and 0.91% in 27-28. So significant differences in here. I'm going to pause here for a moment to see if there are any questions on this one.
Anybody have any questions?
I can keep going if you'd like.
That your last statement where you said no consolidation, potential savings were factored in. Say we come to a point where we move forward with some type of consolidation plan. How soon after that could you add those projected savings?
So the next checkpoint that's official would be our second interim if it took place, let's just say in January and February. We'd still want to crunch the numbers to see what that all looks like. But that's kind of the time frame we would need. If it was any time after February, it would be delayed until we had our third interim, which would be around June, and budget adoption at the same time. So you would see those kind of pieces come into play.
Unofficially, you'd be able to do something in between?
Pretty quickly, yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Any other questions? Comments before we move on? Okay.
I just appreciate the clarity as you explain and the little bullet points and everything else that helps us understand why. So again, thank you for the transparency and the clarity. It's very, to me, very clear.
Yeah, in this report, a lot of what we're really looking at is this multi-year. That's why I really wanted to hone on this page, just to really line it up. So then we look at our fund balance year over year. So with these projected figures, you do see that 26, 27 dip, and then the upswing back in 27, 28. So again, much more positive sign, but still work to do. And then in terms of our reserve requirement, as we already kind of noted, we are looking to meet our 3% reserves for this 25-26 school year. It is a little bit of a slight dip from what our 24-25 was, but still within the realm to meet our minimums here. And so one thing I wanted to include this time is kind of a state economic outlook, just to provide a few notes from the LAO's or the Legislative Analyst's Office's most recent November Economic Outlook report, really on how the state is doing and what their budget kind of looks like, because that then helps inform what our education budget could or may see in the future. So as a whole, California revenues are up. And this is fueled largely by the stock market gains, and a lot of it to do with the AI boom that's going on. And much of California's tax revenue is timed to personal income tax. And when the stock market does well with Silicon Valley and many major corporations headquartered in California, the state sees an influx in these revenues. As the stock market does well, compensation packages tick in, and then those increases are paid out. So, however, it is noted that with all this, the LAO believes that to be very cautious about this continued trend. The PE ratio, or the price to earnings ratio, really kind of dictates the value of the stock itself, suggests that these stocks might be overvalued based on what we've seen historically, and so that could indicate a bubble of some kind. In addition, consumer spending and sentiment are both down, which has a negative outlook at the economy, and consumer spending is another way that we track that piece. So because the state's budget is so closely tied to the market and the economy, despite these strong revenue figures for this year, there is reason to be cautious for the future. And so how does that relate to us? So this ties into Prop 98 funding, and since revenues have come in higher than anticipated for this current year, what's going to end up actually happening is the state's going to owe schools $7.4 billion in one-time funds. Where those funds get allocated specifically remains to be seen. And so we'll actually learn a lot from this January's governor's budget proposal, where we get to kind of see the ideas of what they're looking for. The LAO suggests more of a conservative approach to utilizing those funds to basically prepare for this cautious outlook that's out there. So almost preemptively set up, one thing the state likes to do is deferrals of revenue, is almost set up like a pre-deferral, where they'll actually advance pay early as opposed to a deferral piece of it. That doesn't really help our bottom line or budget at the end of the day, but it does provide extra cash flow in advance, which is a nice thing to have, and could help if the state didn't decide to defer revenue later. This also could come out in one-time funds, like we've just seen this last year was a school support and discretionary block grant, or other forms and such like that. So a lot of it remains to be seen, but there is some funds that are going to be coming to schools in this next year, but what that form that takes is still to be determined. And what I've already touched on here are the updated COLA figures, so we use those to help us inform the MYP. And then lastly, I'll kind of touch on California structural deficit and what that could mean as well. I won't go into a ton of detail on this, but the LAO says that the California's budget is facing an $18 billion deficit in 26-27. Now, they note that the state should be able to fund the COLA as it sits today at the 2.51. But that deficit will continue to climb to $35 billion in the years after that. And at that point, things could be where we see some impacts to the school districts. This is tied to some of they've used one-time funding to help support their budget. And one thing that we know very well is doing that for ongoing expenses is never a good thing. They've also done some fiscal maneuvers that really puts the debt into the future in order to make the payments now. And so that has potential implications as well. So a lot still to be determined. Revenues are what they are, and as the market, if it is not a boom and it's basically going to continue on that way, then California could be in great shape. But it's something that fundamentally they'll want to look at, and the out years could have impacts on budgets just with this. So just wanted to give some context here. All right. Other things I wanted to note here. I did comment that one of the increases, or one of the things that helped our LCFF revenue, was increases to our UPP number. This is our unduplicated pupil count, and Patty Horner did a great job of really identifying how somebody gets classified into that. And really this accounts to basically 20% of the base grant for every single high needs student identified in our UPP. And so because of that, the higher your percentage is, the actual more funding that you get as a school district. And so this school year, our district has made significant efforts, collected, really used the multi-pronged approach to really outreach, to send digital reminders, paper copies, principal appeals, to really encourage our families to fill out these forms and provide the information back to the schools. We can only certify on the information we receive back. And so by all these combined efforts of things that were put forward, and I really want to thank our families for, and principals and staff for really putting their efforts into this, to helping to increase our numbers. Our enrollment is down this year. It's not down by a ton, but it's down. And so we actually saw an over 100, I'm sorry, it wasn't 100, it was 90 students increase from last year's number for our UPP count, despite the fact that we actually had a decrease in our enrollment. So that was a great showing right there of how these efforts can come to play. And the fiscal impact for this fiscal year was about $80,000 just for that big push that was done. So I just wanted to comment on that. So then moving forward, I did highlight the January governor's proposal, how that could really provide us some insight on what the situation could look like going forward for school districts. We have our second interim budget certification in March 4th, which is another checkpoint that we're going to have to really outline what's the status of our fiscal outlook. And then addressing some key fiscal questions. You know, if we have more answers on consolidation at that point, the obligation for the COP has now been resolved, as was noted in our MYP slide, but we did not incorporate any savings as noted before. The one-time fund utilization deficit spending, as noted, we have 1.3 million in positions that are tied to that, that are set to hit the unrestricted fund. And so assuming no revenue increases come in, those will have to be absorbed by that. And so these expenditures will need to be reviewed and determine the priorities, make sure they meet with our strategic goals that are necessary for any adjustments in 26, 27. And then filling contractor vacancies, we've talked about this plenty of times, what we have with going on with special education and trying to get those high need roles that are hard to do throughout the state of California. And then our enrollment trends, keeping an eye on that. Despite the decline in enrollments from our previous year, preliminary P1 reports on our ADA actually show that they're in line with the prior year, which is a good sign. If your enrollment's down, your ADA is still the same, that's a good thing. Means some of the efforts that are doing that Patty Horn had highlighted on with sim enroll days and other things, that those kind of efforts are having an effect. And then other things to keep an eye on are state legislative actions and expenditures tied to them. We talked about before about the AB 218, how that led to over $300,000 in annual liabilities for the district for this year, a $200,000 increase from the prior year. And there's still state legislature coming into effect that will have an impact on schools, whether it is just going to take more time in some instances or just delays in hiring people, because there are certain things where you have to really do extra checks on folks to make sure that they don't have anything else going on that can delay that sometimes. So there are other nuances in that sense. Now with this AB 218, there is some positive movement, at least to note, that the CD has implemented new SACS codes that will track the expenditures on AB 218, which shows that the legislature is actually looking into this, see what the impact is on schools. And if there is enough momentum and it's deemed that this is having such a big impact, $300,000 on our budget this year, that there could be some movement to change the legislation. For now, there's nothing out there, but at least there's a good sign that they're starting to track this to see what it's really costing folks.
I have a question. I think I know the answer, but I'm turning to you. For that exact thing, Assembly Bill 218, you said gaining traction, would it behoove a board member to advocate for things like this to be?
I mean, absolutely. It never hurts to advocate. And this is something that's going across
How do
the
these
state.
people find out whether it's a good thing or a bad thing? It's people like us or the general public, all of the above?
A lot of the AB 218 settlements that have been large have been very public. So is everyone clear on what AB 218 covered? Maybe I'll just mention that real quick. It extended the statute of limitations deadline on any potential childhood sexual abuse. And so, in other words, a lawsuit could come towards a school district for events that may have occurred 30, 40 years prior. And so there have been some massive financial settlements or court findings on some of these cases in other districts. And so what we have to do is you have to actually go back to your excess insurance carrier at the time that these events occurred, and we're having to pay in insurance fees to cover us for these potential cases from decades in the past.
Okay.
So it's a very tricky subject, because when you talk about it, it can make it sound like you're dismissing potential abuse cases that occurred, which obviously we would never want to paint that picture. But then if you're looking at it just through the financial aspect of it, there's a financial obligation that has come with this assembly bill.
And part of the traction I want to add too is the impact specifically on school districts and what's happening today. A lot of these cases are from years ago. And so it's having effect on the students today with school district budgets that really aren't built to handle that kind of a settlement. And so some of the things that have been discussed have been more so, should the district be the one who has to foot the bill necessarily, because it's things that happen prior to different administration, different board members, different individuals who were even on the staff at the time. So it's, they're really trying to analyze the impacts today on, what's happened throughout, I guess, through the length of this time that this has been available.
Yeah. Okay.
And then to kind of wrap up here, as a reminder, the certification is determined by whether or not the district will meet its financial obligation on the current fiscal year and the following 2 years. Whereas we do see a positive outlook in 25 and 26 and 27, 28, the projected dipping below the state reserves in 26, 27 leads our administration to recommend a qualified certification at this time. To clarify, this does not mean that we are in risk of insolvency, but yet it means we have identified that there is a risk in the out year, and we are actively looking and working on a plan to correct it, ideally by second interim, but at least by the budget adoption for next year. So at this time, we recommend the board approve a qualified certification, and I'm available for any questions you may have.
Any other further questions or comments on here? Okay, then we would just need a motion to certify our budget as qualified.
Motion to certify as qualified the 25-26 first interim budget.
Second.
Okay, and the vote, Peyton?
Yes.
Claire?
Yes.
Peter?
Yes.
Ken?
Yes.
Shane?
Yes.
James?
Aye.
I'm also a yes. Okay, next we have 14.5 is our 25-26 first interim fiscal stabilization plan update. We do have a comment card on this before we get into it. Patricia and Jihan.
Good evening again, everyone. So looking over the first interim budget as tied into the updated fiscal stabilization plan, I noticed that the deferred maintenance budget reduced from 150,000 to 50,000 with the first interim budget. And this is a bit troubling because we all know that there is significant deferred maintenance at most, if not all, of our school sites. And for instance, just I think right before Thanksgiving, the Ione Elementary School Student Council did a recycling drive to get money to pay for lumber to put under the portable buildings. And the official reason was to keep out yard equipment. The unofficial reason is to keep out animals so they don't die and then cause another flea problem. The student council having to raise funds to buy this lumber is troubling to me. That's not just a, district provided thing. Other deferred maintenance issues as well, and now with the budget being reduced. There's no money for fixing up our schools, but there's money for, we'll see later, a 4% increase for top paid district office admin that are already top paid, and also, as you approved at last board meeting, have an additional offset to their health benefits that the district is paying. So I'm just wanting us to pay attention to where we're spending our money. Obviously, education has to come first. And secondly, it should be in a place that is safe and healthy for our kids. And unfortunately, if we don't have money then to spend on people who are already making over $200,000 a year, then I think that's where the cut should be made, not to our facilities. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So our first interim fiscal stabilization plan update, Mr. Martin.
Thank you, Board. So we've just certified our budget as qualified, acknowledging the fiscal risks ahead. This next item is our answers to those risks. This is the fiscal stabilization plan update with first interim, which outlines our plans for how we intend to eliminate our structural deficit and return to positive certification. As you may recall, this plan necessitated by our 3 consecutive qualified budgets certifications. While California Department of Education has approved our adopted budget, we continue to face significant headwinds and are committed to providing these updates at each reporting period to ensure transparency and accountability. As a note, while in qualified status, CDE is given a 10-day comment period on any collective bargaining agreements prior to board action. In addition, before the new debt is issued, we must verify with the CDE that a repayment is probable. This will continue until we certify as positive. So this provides some risk factor updates. These are things that have come up at different points throughout our conversations with this fiscal stabilization plan. Health insurance being a key one. Well, the board is at this point is taking decisive action to eliminate the volatility of our self-insured health insurance model as a major liability on our books. So with our transition to CalPERS health benefits in October, and which has successfully mitigated this unlimited risk. And then we had the debt and consolidation. So the board effectively eliminated the debt service for the certificates of participation through defeasance in October, which removed a significant burden from our multi-year projections. And then looking forward, we still have the consolidation question to be determined, which will have an impact on our multi-year projections. Special education, as has been noted, we continue to see cost pressures here due to vacancies necessitating expensive contracted services and then we also have additional non-public school placements for specialized services. And despite efforts to mitigate the contractors, so far we've seen some success, but it's been very limited and not targeted at some of the main cost drivers that we have. Enrollment, what we've seen, as discussed, is it has trickled down a little, or kind of remaining more or less stagnant, which directly impacts our LCFF revenue, but it has been noted in the previous prior presentation. Despite being able to control our enrollment, the district has engaged in active activities to encourage top-line growth through attendance incentives for historically lower attended days, as well as action efforts that increased our UPP counts overall. So then structural deficits and exhaustion of one-time funds, with one-time funds ending in 25-26, addressing one-time funding expenditures will be a top priority as we look to the new year, correcting our structural deficit. And then in terms of the 23-24 audit findings, these have been resolved at this point. And I put here that our repayment plan was approved, but we may be having a modification of that. Currently, the repayment plan is structured over 2 years, but we're actually looking now to restructure it over 8. And what that would do is actually really help alleviate this year and the next year. This is not built into the MYP, as this has kind of been the last few days, but could help reduce our 25, 26, and 27, 28 budget by $287,000. And then we already discussed quite in depth in the AB 218 impacts. So our fiscal stabilization plan is a 3-phase structure. The initial phase, phase 1, was taking place in the spring through December 2025, focused on immediate cost controls and stabilization. We're now really shifting into phase 2 of our plan as we look more towards structural realignment and right sizing of our budget. And then eventually we'll be moving into phase 3 in January of 2027 and beyond, which will center on either consolidation or at least long-term sustainability. So through phase 1, just a quick refresh, we have effectively wrapped up phase 1 and completed 5 of the initiatives for an estimated savings of $2 million. And so those initiatives really were the health and welfare transition, retirement incentive, reduction in force, attrition, and zero-based budgeting. And so we do still have some ongoing ones as well. We have seen some savings from these, but they continue to be ongoing and reviewed for continued action. So that would be the transportation services optimization. And some of these you'll see continue into phase 2 as we continue to review what we can do here. Enhancing operational efficiencies, that's just something we're never going to end just because you can always look to do that better. Strategic management of extra time and overtime. The ELOP attendance recovery program is still a developing program. And then our monthly trend analysis, which is, again, is a preventative measure that will be continued and ongoing. So then really what I want to look at today is our preliminary initiatives that we got lined up for phase 2. They're preliminary in nature, and the reason I commented is they may evolve. We are going to learn quite a bit over the next few months. We'll get more data. And so this is what we see today as our strategic realignment and path to ongoing solvency. And what we see here is with our phase 2, we're targeting a 1.3 million in savings from working through these particular initiatives. I've kind of lumped them into 3 main buckets: the fiscal solvency and budget discipline, as well as operational efficiency and staffing, as well as strategic planning and long-term stability. In terms of fiscal solvency and budget discipline, we carried forward 2 initiatives from phase 1, really which were those preventative ones, or just really making sure you're analyzing all your costs. So with zero-based budgeting, you're annually ensure you're looking at each and every budget line, determining if it makes sense, if it's your strategic goal, et cetera. So that method we're going to continue as we look to build 26-27's budget. The monthly trend analysis, this is, again, a preventative measure as it helps really spot anomalies. So if something is spending faster than it should, there's probably an issue going on there, at least based on historical trends. So it really helps pinpoint things to catch any what could be potential budget overruns quicker. And then a new strategy for this one is new, but it's always being looked at, but it's the grant-funded program alignment and exit strategy. So part of what leads to a deficit is one-time funding that comes in, and then you put ongoing expenditures or programs to these funds. And so this looks to, and this would create a problem as your funding ends. So therefore, this initiative will be a review of grant-funded programs and review of its alignments to our strategic goals for the general fund, or to see if the LCAP potentially could support this. Obviously, if this is something that's driving toward a program that's driving toward helping us at perform better as a school district, that's obviously something we may want to tie into the LCAP and see where that could go. So I know that's something Patty Horn's going to be looking at very closely. And then proactively, our Ed Service team has even put together an SOP for any new grant funds that we are looking to go out and get, to make sure that there is a clear strategy toward continuing it on over time, or there's an exit strategy that goes along with it. In terms of operational efficiency and staffing, strategic overtime management and transportation services review were built into these areas, as well as continuation efforts from phase 1. In addition, we've added departmental redundancy audit and staffing optimization and ratio review. For department redundancy audit, we build out our zero-based budget as it goes. And what we look for is, as we're working with each of the different departments, kind of look for, well, where could we potentially have some redundancies in this? Obviously, it's common. You see it with software. In a lot of cases, people have 2 different softwares that do the exact same thing. And so it's looking at pieces like that. That was a part of our initial review with things, but it's continuing along that path and reviewing these as we go through the zero-based budget piece. And then the second is staffing optimization and ratio review. So as we continue with declining enrollment, our numbers of staffing needed and services that we're providing decreases, the population decreases. So that continues to be evaluated as we continually review staffing, not only at our school sites, but all departments in general, to making sure that we're running at our maximum efficiency and not sacrificing outcomes at the same time. Then in strategic planning and long-term sustainability, we look to more long-term initiatives. We discussed kind of LCAP initiatives, effectiveness and review. So if there are some one-time grants, maybe they need to come into those. But I know that'll be a part of our LCAP process as we go through the building that this next year. And then consolidation planning and savings realization. So if the feasibility comes back, the board wants to take action, we move forward, making sure that gets built into the savings and that any transition costs to go along with it, we still are able to reap the maximum benefit that we can. A deferred maintenance set aside. This is a proactive long-term designation for targeted potential major unbudgeted expenditures that come up as facilities continue to age, major equipment breaks. This ensures the district is able to address issues proactively as opposed to reactively. And then technology refresh strategy. In a similar vein, over time, we realize technology is going to age, break, and or become obsolete. Therefore, ensuring a proper technology refresh strategy is in place so that funding and action plans are identified early as opposed to major refreshes all at once. One key example of that right now is most computers are going through a Windows 11 update. Actually, it should have already happened by now. They all went obsolete, or at least Microsoft stopped supporting it in the fall. So things like that could trigger a major update. Now, fortunately, most of our devices, majority of our devices in our district were able to handle that update. But there could be an update like that in the future that could have catastrophic effects if we have a very aged infrastructure.
So I might have missed it.
Yeah.
But 2D Transportation Services Review.
Yes.
What is that going to entail?
So that's a continuation of our phase one. A lot of it, as we've been centered on more recently, has been around athletics transportation and trying to figure out ways to decrease the costs that go into that. We have a lot of charter busing that gets along with that. So it's really analyzing those costs. How can we better transport our kids to athletic events by avoiding charters in some way, shape, or form?
Okay, thank you.
By what charters? Oh, avoiding.
I speak fast sometimes too, so I apologize. So then phase three, we begin looking at 2027, which again, a lot of this coincides with those January governor budget proposals because that's when we learn a lot about what's going to be happening. So these are preliminary because a lot of it's still going to change. So that's why in 2027, in January is really where we're going to look to instill phase three. We'll be focusing a lot here on consolidated execution if that's to be happening, or at least on long-term strategic alignment and focus on building up our reserves and making sure that we have solvency going forward. And then next steps beyond that, as highlighted previously, we have again that January's budget proposal. Second interim is just around the corner, and then those key issues that we have in terms of fiscal questions are there for us to look at. So at this time, we recommend the board approve the fiscal stabilization plan update, and I'm happy to answer any questions the board may have with regards to it.
Okay, we'll go down the line. Any questions or comments on this item? Peyton? No. Claire?
No.
Peter?
No.
Ken?
No.
Shane?
No.
James?
I'm curious with transportation services optimization.
Yeah.
I'm curious to know what options have been tossed around or reconsidered, seeing that we pay a crazy amount of money for the athletic charter buses.
Sure, and so some of it could be where we utilize our fleet or expand our fleet to account for allowing for potentially the coaches to drive to get our athletes to where they need to go.
Such as vans.
Well, that would definitely be an option, but that did not go over well the first time.
Right. Is it fair to say that we shot ourselves in the foot, possibly?
I mean, that's not really.
You can say yes, it's okay.
I mean,
can
it's not
say it.
really my place to answer that question.
I respect it.
Yes,
I believe that too.
we did.
I've now.
But I mean,
feel-
circumstances mattered in that meeting, right?
Absolutely.
The
It did.
timing
It sure
of
did.
it. So one of the things that we're exploring is, not just looking at the larger, more expensive transit vans, but minivans. I spent part of my week last week transporting half of a girls' basketball team to their event in a minivan. And so, looking at some of these sports, we don't necessarily need the 10-passenger transit van and 8-passenger minivan, which gets better gas mileage and is cheaper to buy out of the gate. So we're exploring every option. We have a meeting tomorrow with our athletic directors and high school principals to get their ideas as well for what we can do to help save money on athletic transportation.
Okay. I think
Sorry.
Yeah, no, it's a great
I think
question.
that's a good question. I think that our transportation, I think that I'm hoping that we can make some positive changes in our transportation department. I'll just kind of leave that open-ended there on that one. But I think that ultimately our transportation as a whole probably should be looked at in terms of cost effectiveness and efficiency in that way. So I think that's a good place to start on this. So any other questions before, do we need to vote on this?
Yes, this one.
We do, okay, so we would just need a motion for this item then.
Move to approve item 14, is that .5?
Yeah.
2025-2026 first interim fiscal stabilization plan update.
Second.
Okay, and the vote, Peyton,
Yes.
Claire,
Yes.
Peter,
Yes.
Ken,
Yes.
Shane,
Yes.
James?
Aye.
I'm also a yes. Okay, next up, we have public hearing for extended school year 25-26. Dr. Hedegaard.
Good evening, Board. This is a regular occurring item this time of year. And so as a friendly reminder, the California Code of Regulations requires that the Board host a public hearing as we are going to be requesting another waiver for the extended school year summer program for students with our most extensive support needs. Normally, the California Education Code requires that we host extended school year for a minimum of 20 school days. At the last few years, it might even be more than few now, that might not be appropriate. And at the encouragement of the staff that services this program, there has been a compromise that has been reached to request a waiver to offer the same number of minutes that otherwise would have been provided in the 20 instructional days, but offer it in 15 days. And so we're bringing it here this evening, and if you would please host a public hearing, that would be appreciated.
Okay, so we'll go ahead and open the public hearing for extended school year. And then do we have any public comment on extended school year? Okay, we do not have any public comments. We will go ahead and close the hearing.
Thank you very much.
Yes. Okay, we're going to move on to item 14.7, school year calendars, 26-27 and 27-28. Dr. Palazuelos.
Good evening, Board President, trustees. What's before you was agreed upon with the Amador County Teachers Association and the school district. This is 2 years of calendars for 26-27 and 27-28. There are no fiscal implications to the board for approving these calendars. However, if you don't approve them and we don't have school, then there would be fiscal implications. So we are recommending approval on these, and just so that you're aware, based on the board action tonight, we'll be able to get information to families that are very interested in seeing the outcome for the calendars for the next couple years.
Okay, any questions or comments on the calendars? If none, then we would just need a motion to approve those calendars.
I move that we approve 14.7 school year calendars, 26-27, 27-28.
Second.
Okay, and the vote, Peyton,
Yes.
Claire,
Yes.
Peter,
Yes.
Ken,
Yes.
Shane,
Yes.
James?
Aye.
I'm also a yes.
Thank you, trustees.
Okay, next we're moving up to 14. Oh, I did not, I forgot that we had a public comment on our school calendar. Patricia, would you like to come up and speak real quick before we move on to the next item? I apologize.
I just really had a question more than anything. It looked like on the calendars, there are no more early release days for the next 2 school years. Don't know if that's accurate. But then as far as the vans go, I would say that looking back at the warrants, you can see that we actually were spending more on charter transportation last year at this time versus this year. So it's improved. So feel good about that.
Do these calendars don't show?
So the first step in negotiating calendars is just identifying the 180 school days. So the early release days, A, B schedule, all of that will come. But this is just step one in calendars.
Okay, so we'll go ahead and move on to item 14.8, the public hearing 25-26, education protection account spending determination with Mr. Norton.
All right, so this public hearing is for the education protection account, basically how we are planning to spend our education protection account funds for fiscal year 25-26.
Okay, so I will go ahead and open the public hearing. we have any public comment on our EPA spending determination? No? Then we will go ahead and close the public hearing. Okay, we're going to move on to 14.9, the resolution 2526 education protection account spending determination.
So this resolution recognizes that we, or at least outlines how we spent our 24-25 fiscal year allotment, as well as what our plan is to spend for 25-26. Essentially, these funds are very restricted in nature in terms of what you can spend them on. Basically, they have to be spent in support of school districts and classrooms specifically. And so what we've always done is use them to spend out our teacher salaries and benefits. And so we will never not be able to spend it on that way because it's a relatively small portion by comparison to what we spend for our teachers. So anyway, at this time, I recommend that the board approve our resolution 2526-10, adopting the spending determination for the education protection account as presented. And I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Okay, does anybody have any questions or comments on this item? Okay, if not, then we would just need a motion.
Move to approve item 14.9, resolution 2526-10, EPA spending determination.
Second.
Okay, and the vote, Peyton,
Yes.
Claire,
Yes.
Peter,
Yes.
Ken,
Yes.
Shane,
Yes.
James? I'm also a yes. Okay, so we are 4 minutes from our 4 hours, so we would need to extend the time for our meeting, probably an hour. Fortunately.
Move to approve, how do you say it's?
Extend the time,
Extend the time to 1 hour, I guess,
10:30.
to 10:30 to be exact.
Second.
Okay, and the vote, Peyton,
Yes.
Claire,
Yes.
Peter,
Yes.
Ken,
Yes.
Shane,
Yes.
James?
Aye.
I'm also a yes. Okay. So we will go ahead and move on to we were on 14.10, right? Public hearing. Okay. Another public hearing. Developer fee resolution, 2425 annual developer fee report.
Thank you. So this would be a public hearing for the resolution 2025-26-11, which covers our 24-25 annual report for developer fees. Per Government Code Sections 66001 and 66006, require districts to provide an annual accounting of Fund 25, our capital facilities fund, where developer fees are deposited. This resolution serves to make the required finding regarding the collection and expenditure of these fees for the fiscal year ending June 30, 2025.
Okay, I'll go ahead and open the public hearing. Any public? Okay, that's fine. Okay.
Hello, Board. So I know, speaking with City Manager George Lee and I own, we have about 1,100 homes slated in development, and I know that there's been a bit of tension between the developer fees that have already been paid from my own, Castle Oaks and Wildflower. He estimates at about 10 million, and not for this development, but for previous developments, and that very little has gone to Ione schools. You can see that in the facilities and how they are. So I just ask for consideration toward, developer fees to go toward our school sites and to make them better for our students. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And then we will go ahead and close the public hearing. Okay, moving on, we're on 14.11, our resolution 2526-11, developer fees, 2425 annual developer fee report.
Thank you. And so this is the resolution corresponding with regard to the developer fees in Fund 25. In fiscal year 24-25, we had a fund balance to start the year of $212,000. During the fiscal year, we collected $404,000. And after accounting for refunds and interest earned, total revenue for the account was $402,679. Our current level 1 fee rate levied is $4.79, a rate the board approved back in February 8 of 2023. So this report details then the expenditures that correspond to that, and we closed the fiscal year ending with a fund balance of $363,792. To that end, staff recommends the board approve Resolution 2526-11 to accept the annual accounting of Fund 25, and I'm happy to answer any questions the board may have.
Okay, any questions or comments on this item?
Yeah, Can we talk about this for a little bit? I know
More than
it's
welcome
late.
to.
Right. I love hearing conversation about developer fees and the cities and things like that. So can you like just educate me from square one about developer fees, what districts get, how much we get, what we do with them, why we do what we do with them? Are we limited to do what we do when we do why we do it? You know what I mean?
Yeah, so they have to be used towards school modernization first off. So any funds that we do receive need to be used in toward a modernization effort in any way. As would have been seen in a lot of cases in the last couple of years, this district has used them toward consolidation expenditures, which aligns because that'd be toward modernization efforts geared toward that. So how they're collected when anybody has a permit that they need for building, essentially, they have to, a proportion of that, basically $4 and I think I said 79 cents per square foot of that particular property for residential goes toward developer fees. And so they're collected as a part of that permit. They go to the district and the district then spends that toward modernization.
Do we happen to know what we have received from ION?
We would. I don't have that prepared right here in front of me. Yes,
I'm
we do have
sorry.
tracking mechanisms for that.
Okay, good.
So this comes up, and it is, I understand, a point of consternation. We collect level
What does
one-
that mean?
Just concern.
Okay.
We collect level one developer fees, which means we do not have to track dollar for dollar where they came from being spent in that exact same town. So because we do that, it's a district-wide developer fee. It can be spent district-wide. We do have ION students who attend school in Jackson for high school, things like that. And so it's not set up in a way where you have to track the ION dollars and they only have to be spent at ION schools.
Got it. Okay. Now, whose job is it, or would it be good for the district or board members or whomever within the district to try to figure out ways to get more bang for our buck?
Yes. So Kayla and I were in a meeting with the city of Ione recently and had this very same conversation. Because, to keep it short, developer fees are not enough to build new schools. They're not. And so,
Is it enough to maintain schools?
no, because you can't use it on maintenance. You
Right.
can only use it on
Okay.
modernization and new construction.
Okay.
That's the catch with developer fees, is you can't use it as you can't put it in deferred maintenance, as was talked about earlier. Modernization or new construction.
So $4.50.
Please.
No, you can use it for fleece.
Okay.
So $4.50,
$4.79 a square foot.
$4.79 a square foot isn't enough to modernize one school?
So you can see, like, this past year, our total revenue was a little over 400 grand. To build one new classroom, you're going to be anywhere in the neighborhood of $500,000 to $750,000.
Okay, that's good. That's good reference. So what could the board do to partner with, or to, I'm trying to think of nice verbiage or words, collaborate with cities to figure out what's best with this this money?
We started that conversation with Ione.
Okay.
And we have a lot of ideas on what we can do.
Are we planning to have that conversation with the others as well?
Well, when it comes to this in particular,
Right.
that's how you get more bang for your buck.
Okay.
Individual homes being built throughout the community, you're not going to have the city or whatever municipality squeeze a developer for more money if they're only building a couple of homes. Where you see that happen is with the institution of a Melrose tax or other types of fees that go on it, or a developer-built school. Typically in our county, we have not had developments large enough that the city can leverage asking the developer to do a lot more beyond maybe doing some road improvements and then building the development itself. When you go to other communities outside of Amador County, you can see what happens when larger developments are put in and the negotiations that can take place to go beyond developer fees to build schools. In one of my consolidation presentations, I referenced the cost to build a new high school, and I used the example of River Islands High School in Lathrop. And that school was built by the developer. massive, it's in the middle of a massive development of homes that are selling for over $1 million each.
Who the Argonaut girls play today in the tournament.
Yes.
Right.
And so that is an example of what can happen. I've seen the same thing in Folsom. The expansion of the neighborhoods south of Highway 50, off of White Rock in those areas, there's a brand-new elementary school there. And so this is an opportunity. If those 1,100 homes end up coming to fruition, there's still a lot that needs to be figured out with that it's actually 2 developments that would total 1,100 homes, but it's, according to my knowledge, it's the same developer right now that would be doing both. So that could provide us with an opportunity in working with ION in getting more for the schools and the city when it comes to what the developer will end up profiting off of that development.
For the properties that have been built and are in play, so to speak.
We've just collected developer fees.
Right. And that was the $404,000. So from that development that is standing right now, we've received $404,000.
No, that's just last fiscal year's earnings.
Okay.
So Wildflower's been building for 7 or 8 years.
Right.
At this point now. And so when there were years when there was more aggressive building going on with Castle Oaks and Wildflower, and our revenues were much higher than 400,000 for that given year.
Okay.
So that's not a total, just 1 year.
And we don't have a total thus far, do we? Do you know?
So was it last year, or the year before? We do a 5-year study. This is just the annual. So every 5 years, we look at the last 5 years back. So we could pull that from, we do this every December. So I can't remember if last year was the 5-year or the year prior.
Last year was the 5-year.
Was the 5-year? Okay.
Okay.
So if we pulled last year's, we'd be able to see the 5 years prior, plus this one we're presenting, so the last 6 years fairly easily.
Okay. Yeah, that would be good information to have. I'm sorry to question this.
No, this is
I just feel
important.
there's so much misinformation that goes around with developer fees and what is and what isn't. So I appreciate it.
Yeah. And so like in a year like this year, like I said, I think this is an important point. The amount of revenue we brought in countywide in developer fees was not even enough to construct one new classroom.
Real classroom or portable classroom?
Both.
Both?
Portables are expensive now, but a real stick-built permanent classroom, yeah, you're $500,000 or more per classroom.
Thank you.
Are there instances where developer fees have been revised? As far as not the $4.79 or whatever it was, but say a developer goes to a municipality and says, "Hey, can you make an adjustment so it's not as high?"
A developer can attempt to make deals outside of the developer fees, and it's always a give and take. So there are instances where a developer could say, hey, we'll do this on the front end, and then developer fees will be paid on the back end. Typically, developer fees have to be paid on the front end, that it's part of the issuance of the building permit.
Is there instances where like a city could say, "Hey, we'll lower your developer fees 10% or a percentage," or are they locked into?
So the city can't change our impact fees, but cities have impact fees as well, right? And so the city and school district could either work together or work separately on the developer to work out other arrangements, but those get pretty complex, and the legalities of it I'm not saying we can't do it, but we would have to really dive deep onto what we are allowed to do.
Okay.
Okay, any other questions or comments on this? No? Okay. Then we would just need a motion for our annual developer fee report.
Motion to approve item 14.11, resolution 2025/2026-11, developer fees, 2024-2025, annual developer fee report.
Second.
Okay, and the vote, Peyton?
Yes.
Claire?
Yes.
Peter?
Yes.
Ken? Shane?
Yes.
James?
Aye.
I'm also a yes. Okay, moving on, we are at 14.12, unrepresented salary schedules. We do have a comment card from Patricia and Jehan.
I think my comment cards might have gotten lost in the shuffle. I think I had one on last one. Yeah. But for this one, for 14.12B, there's a 4% admin salary increase for 2027. So at the November meeting, the top paid district office admin staff was lumped in with the lower paid district office admin staff, which you did vote to increase the employer contribution to benefits. And I wish you would have amended the action item to separate out those two employee groups because they are vastly different, supervisorial and not. Now, the top paid district office admin staff is being lumped in with school site admin. So the principals, the vice principals. So it just, to me, it seems like a sneaky way to get the people who are already paid top dollar here even more than what they're already making. Because school site admin absolutely deserve, I mean, they're two separate jobs. You know, you're dealing with children all day, every day. And they're not making that much money, as much as, say, the assistant superintendents. So I just ask you to vote no if you're going to, you know, take the action item as is. But I would really appreciate you amending it to separate out those employees. I have a spreadsheet that details a potential actual tiered reduction system for the top paid district office admin staff, and it actually would save us $210,000 annually. To quote the Plymouth Vice Mayor Don Nunn, run the school board like your home. If you can't afford it, don't buy it. Thank you.
Okay, we're gonna go ahead and move into the unrepresented salary schedules. Mr. Norton.
Tonight I'm presenting for your approval the updated salary schedules for our unrepresented employees, specifically our confidential and administrative staff members. Confidential salary schedule updates, we have two primary updates that you'll see regarding the salary schedule. First, for the 25-26 fiscal year, we are requesting approval to reinstate range 24 to the schedule. The adjustment corrects and ensures that the appropriate classification is available for current staffing already in place. Second, looking ahead to the 26-27 fiscal year, we have applied a 4% salary increase across all ranges and steps effective July 1, 2026. This aligns our unrepresented confidential staff with the increases seen elsewhere in the district. The administrative salary schedule updates, moving to that for 26-27, we see the similar applied 4% salary increase to this schedule, also effective July 1, 2026. Additionally, the schedule reflects the reclassification of the program specialist / behavioral intervention specialist role. You will now see this position listed under the classified management section of the schedule. This change ensures position is accurately categorized according to its duties and requirements. To clarify, there are no new positions being added with either schedule, but namely adjustments to correct and align our salary schedules with current classifications. Fiscal impact of this would be to the 26-27 fiscal year as a net increase of $271,961. Note that was built into the MYP as it currently sits today. These updates ensure our salary schedules remain competitive, accurate, and aligned with district agreements. I recommend the board approve the unrepresented salary schedules as presented, and I'm happy to answer any questions the board may have.
Okay, we'll just go on the line for questions or comments on this item. Peter?
Being a 28-year educator, I think it's crucial that we, as was just stated, try to attract and retain good people, that we have stability in our district. You know, I know that Manteca Unified is a much larger school district, and that's a relevant factor. But as a simple teacher, right now, I make more than an elementary principal would make after their 5th year. So I do not believe these people are being paid too much. I think this is crucial and encourage that we proceed with this. Thank you.
Ken?
I think I would just echo what Peter said. We've had recent cabinet members move districts, same job, maybe more students, 100,000 more a year. If we ever want to get the district moving forward under the same vision, we need to make sure that across the board, our employees know we believe in them. And that's, the belief can't be based on the salary they get paid. You know, we just have to make sure that we are showing all of our employees that we would believe in them. And I don't think a 4% increase is uncalled for.
Shane? Okay, James?
What would be the benefit of running these together, or if any at all?
I'm confused on the question.
I probably said that wrong. What would be the problem with, because I don't have any questions.
Sure.
Yeah, I'm positive.
Okay. This has been brought up a lot. This has been a huge talking point among public comment. It's been a big talking point amongst the board, amongst ourselves about what to do with this item. And I think, and we've had actually pretty lengthy conversations about this. In my personal opinion, I've said this before and I still stand by what I said. I think that if we cannot attract and retain cabinet members that are competent and doing what they need to be doing, our district will not succeed. I think that that can be said for any position going down the line, from our cabinet members all the way to our aides. That is true. If you cannot attract and retain quality employees, you don't have a district that functions. And so, as Peter mentioned, our employees, teachers, paraprofessionals, cabinet members can drive 45 minutes down the road and make a significant amount of more money. And so if we are going to continue to move in a more positive path, we've had a rough patch this last year or two, but I think that we're kind of like seeing the light now. I think we would be totally remiss to just be like, we're just gonna say, nope, everybody else gets one, but you 4 people, absolutely not. I think that we all can see what happens when you have turnover over and over and over and over again. We just talked about it with Ms. Horn when we talk about how when we keep changing what we're doing over and over again, nothing ever gets accomplished. We've had a significant amount of turnover in our cabinet members over the last, I don't know how many years. A lot, just a lot. Probably 17 in the last 20, excuse me.
Showing Kayla my list. I've worked personally with 20 cabinet members in the last 9 years.
20 cabinet members in 9 years. That's a lot of turnover. And we haven't really gotten very far, in my opinion, in the last 9 years. And so I think it's very important that we are working to attract and retain employees at all levels of our district. And that means that they should be compensated for the work that they do. So with that, we would just need a motion on this item.
Do we want to vote on A and B together or separate?
Yeah, that's fine. That's fine either. Mhm.
I make a motion that we approve agenda item 14.12, A and B, confidential salary schedule and administration salary schedule, both of them 4% increases.
Second.
Okay, and the vote, Peter,
Yes.
Ken,
Yes.
Shane,
Yes.
James,
Aye.
and I'm also a yes. Okay, we're gonna move on to 14.13, a proposal to provide CEQA consulting services for the Amador County Unified School District Consolidation Program. We do have a comment card for Patricia and Jiha.
All right, so just like with the black box, just curious if this went out to bid. I know that at the last meeting, Superintendent Critchfield was talking about getting CEQA bids, but I see that we're pretty much decided on going with PlaceWorks. And then the attached document says that there would be limited physical improvements at Argonaut, Amador, Jackson Junior High, and Ione Junior High. But then in the project explanation in the attachment, it discusses the 3-year conversion from Ione Elementary. So that would be a significant structural, physical improvement in my mind, so I'm just a little confused on that. And then I'm also confused about Sutter Creek Primary and Elementary aren't included on that list, and I thought that was potential for being combined. I know that at last meeting, Craig Baracco, the executive director of the Foothill Conservancy, was talking about CEQA process, and I think maybe it'd be good to bring in, his expertise, not necessarily as a consultant, but just, as a community member that wants to better our community. All right, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Critchfield?
Yeah, we've had a lot of CEQA conversations, and so I won't spend a lot of time explaining this, but of course, any questions that may arise from board members, I'm happy to discuss. And so, as was discussed at prior meetings, we have set ourselves up with the potential plan that is yet to be fully approved of the 7 through 9, 10 through 12 junior high school model, where there are essentially 2 CEQA paths that need to be explored in more depth. While we did list the potential of combining Sutter Creek, it is financially not feasible to combine the primary and elementary school, as it would be a multi-million-dollar expenditure to be able to combine those 2 campuses. And so that's why the emphasis in this study focuses on our 2 current high school campuses and Ione. Notice the timeline and the price changes based on what path we take. And so as we dig into the data a little bit more with PlaceWorks, we will come to a determination very soon as to whether or not the notice of exemption or the mitigated negative declaration, which one of those 2 is the best route. I believe at this point in time, the mitigated negative declaration is the route we will most likely take, but I wanted to put it all out on the table. One of the things that was done in the past with CEQA is we came back to the board multiple times on CEQA-related items, and the goal here would be whatever route we go, if the board approves this tonight, we would be covered to be able to then bring back to the board a finalized CEQA document. This does not mean that this is the last time the board would vote on CEQA. This just gets us to a point where the board would either approve the submittal of the exemption or the submittal of the mitigated negative declaration. That would need to come back to this board for approval once the study is complete. There is some positives with this because of all of the work that was done in the prior environmental impact report. A lot of the studies have been done, which, while this, yes, is an expensive item, does bring down the cost as we worked with PlaceWorks on the first environmental impact report. We also received good news this week in the sale of the COP, and it appears that we will be profiting a dollar amount. I don't have the exact dollar amount yet from that, which can be applied to past CEQA-related expenses. And so once that's finalized, right now it's slated to be finalized on December 16th, which I believe is Tuesday of next week. And then I'll know for certain what it was. But when the board approved the sale of the COP, the understanding was that could end up costing us some money or potentially earning a little bit as we move that to the escrow account. Looks like it's earning us a little bit as it moves to the extra escrow account, which can be applied to past CEQA expenses. And so the recommendation is to approve this contract with PlaceWorks. The money would come out of Fund 25 as it's related to this and not impact the general fund. And of course, I'm happy to answer any questions.
Okay, so we'll just go down the line for any questions. Peyton? No. Claire?
No.
Peter?
No questions.
Ken?
So exemption, 4 months. The mitigated neg deck would take 8 months. And then I think the state should quickly approve that, so it would be 9 months before this, well, probably 10 months because there's got to be public review.
Yeah, in that neighborhood of time.
Okay. And then why did you decide not to get a second bid?
So we went out to bid originally on CEQA and went through a process of vetting companies. There aren't that many out there that actually do this work. And given the relationship already in place with PlaceWorks and the fact that so much of what was already done with them can be utilized, this is just, it provides us an opportunity to keep the continuity there, to not have to bring a new company up to speed with everything that's gone on with our CEQA process up to this point in time.
All right, no more questions?
Okay, Shane?
I'm just going to add a comment that I can see justifying going to PlaceWorks if you put it out to bid. There's a high chance you'd be basically starting over. Then you're paying twice for the same work. So I can definitely see how it's an advantage to go through PlaceWorks.
Agreed.
The amount that's listed, are those a not to exceed? Could they come in less than that?
They're not to exceed.
Okay.
Yeah.
No questions.
James?
If we put it out to bid and was able to get somebody else, they can't use what PlaceWorks has already done because it's ours technically, right? It's ours.
They could,
It's our
right? But
data.
the hundreds and hundreds of pages of data and I don't even know how many meetings I've had with PlaceWorks to be able to catch another firm up on all the work that's been done I would anticipate taking months on end just to get them caught up.
The reason I asked that is help me remember, am I wrong that PlaceWorks was the company that we were like, we're never going to use them again?
I think the frustration was more with a particular engineering firm, not necessarily with PlaceWorks, was my recollection.
Okay. It was another agency that was working with them.
That we had contracted with as well.
Okay. Okay. Thank you for.
I'll just add that another firm would not want to take the liability by relying on someone else's work, so they would want to do their due diligence, and then we're paying for that.
That makes sense.
The word exemption that I'm reading in this 16-page proposal from PlaceWorks, I tried to get the answer by reading the exemption portion. So from the past, when we've gone through these presentations, the term exemption freaked the crap out of me because the gentleman at the podium was talking about how we didn't have to do traffic studies because in the state of California, et cetera, blah, 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 blah. And I had asked him, would he feel comfortable with putting those students' lives in his hands? And he didn't want to give me the answer. Is that the same exemption as what's being talked about right here?
Yes, which is why I lean more towards the mitigated negative declaration. That it hinges mostly on traffic. And so with traffic potentially being an impact, then that would lead us towards a mitigated negative declaration where we would demonstrate what we would be doing to, as that title says, mitigate the impact.
Okay.
If we went the exemption route, we are essentially saying, no, there's no impact. So status quo for everything else.
Right. Okay. But there's two things that they can come back with us, right? The negative and then the
Exemption.
or the
It's going to be one or the other. It's not going to be both. And if you see the side by side towards the
So then
end,
it's up to us to determine whether if we want to roll with their recommendation of the exemption?
no, as we get a little bit deeper into the data, we will make a decision as staff with PlaceWorks on what we consider to be legally the best route to go. And so, like I said, I anticipate going mitigated negative declaration, but I wanted to demonstrate exemption just in case it goes that way. There's so many legal requirements behind this, right? That I just want to make sure we have our bases covered. But if you look at the last couple of pages, so starting on page 14, you can see like the side-by-side cost comparison of the exemption route versus the mitigated negative declaration, and you
Right.
can see numerous categories
That are not.
that are, we're going to be exploring those either route we go, right? And then other categories would only be explored if we went the exemption route or if we went the mitigated negative declaration route.
Okay.
So I hope that kind of helps lay out
does.
to the contrast.
It does.
Okay, good.
Okay.
So I would like to, on task 2.6, the fair share study, it says it's optional, but I'd like to make sure we are doing that.
Okay.
Where's that at, Ken?
That's on page 14.
And if I'm reading that right, that is a study to determine the district's responsibility in terms of a traffic signal at that intersection, correct?
That would be part of a fair share analysis. What it could determine is, for example, if it's determined that down the road, a light would need to be put in at Sutter Ione Road and what we refer to as the bypass or new Highway 49, then that fair share analysis would say the district is obligated to pay X% of that project whenever that project is done. We wouldn't, and there's not going to be a study that says we're responsible for the entire light, but then that would be, working with ACTC, Caltrans, and other community, other municipalities to decide how that project gets paid for. We would be ahead of that, saying, based on our analysis, this is our contribution to the project. And I agree, Ken, that I think, so it technically wouldn't be required in a mitigated negative declaration, but it would be good business to do it, which is why it's listed as optional, and we're going to do it because it's
So my question would be, what would make the other entities go along with that fair share study if they're not involved in the initial study? Like we come and say, okay, we say we're responsible for 20%, and they think, oh, you're responsible for 30%. How does this study that's just done on our behalf play out in 2 or 3 years when we need that signal?
So if you go the mitigated negative declaration route, there's a comment period from the public agencies. And so they would be weighing in before this is finalized. So it wouldn't be the board says, no, it's 17%, and they contend, that would be worked out before this is finalized.
All right, thank you.
Yeah, no problem.
So it's good to have an open door, good, positive, working relationship with all those agencies.
Yes.
Not telling them, beat feet.
Yes.
Right, pounce off.
Yes.
Okay, good.
Correct, James.
Yeah. Smart. Jeez.
Okay. Okay, any other questions or comments on this item? Okay, then we would just need a motion for this.
Move to approve item 14.13, proposal to provide CEQA consulting services for the Amador County Unified School District ACUSD School Consolidation Program.
Second.
Okay, and the vote, Peyton,
Yes.
Claire,
Yes.
Peter,
Yes.
Ken,
Yes.
Shane,
Yes.
James.
Aye.
I'm also a yes.
Thank you.
Okay. Next, we're going to go to another public hearing, short-term independent study policy and procedure. Ms. Horn.
In the interest of time, I'll have you read it over and I can bring this back in January and we can have the presentation and discuss it then if you would like.
Is everybody okay with that?
There's no impact if we
If we move it?
stall.
This is all procedural. It's internal SOP that's been put together, but the Ed Code, we already have a board policy on short-term independent study. It's just cleaning it up and making some procedural going forward SOPs for our district.
And when you think about, it's a great question, when you think about our next board meeting's a month away, but the actual number of school days that would be impacted by any cleanup of this is very few, right?
Okay.
Because of winter break.
Sure, then would you need to vote on that?
We just need to call the public hearing. And
Okay.
so that way we have that done.
Perfect.
And then we would bring it back as an approval next board meeting.
Okay, so we'll just go ahead and open the public hearing. Is there any public comment on independent study policy and procedure? No? Okay, then we will go ahead and close the public hearing.
Thank you.
Okay. Then we don't need to vote on that. We're going to move that to January. So we're going to move on to item 15, board policy updates. The first reading of board policies. We are just doing discussion only.
Yeah, so again, this is a first reading. As you probably noticed from the agenda, my cabinet members were very hard at work for this particular agenda. So all of these board policies fall under the superintendent's responsibility. I felt like they had enough going on. And so these are Most of these have very minor changes in language, not a lot of actual legal changes that were required. There really isn't anything that I would highlight at this point. And again, going back to our process for board policies, this is a first reading, no action taken. One thing I do want to point out with the mechanics of how we will be presenting board policies moving forward. The board approved back at about 5:34 p.m. tonight. The board approved a new board calendar, which included starting with the county office meeting moving forward instead of doing it at the end. Most board policies that we bring forward have more weight and more impact on the district side than they do on the county side. And so typically we would bring the first reading on the same night for board policies. But what that would do is put the county meeting first, where we're discussing all those board policies. So you'll notice, it's not an error, there are no board policies on the county meeting tonight, because in January, county will go first. These same items will be there for a first reading, but on the district side, they'll be there for an approval, so that the approvals come first on the district side instead of the county side. I don't know if that made any sense, but it has to do with the change in the order of the meetings. We're going to change up how we present these board policy updates.
Brown Act wise, it's allowed. We're not messing nothing up.
Yeah, because they're two completely separate meetings, so the timing of the two doesn't have to be in sync.
Any other comments, questions, concerns on our board policy first read?
I do have one question.
Sure.
I again appreciate the fact that you're giving us the lots of red text version versus the other version. For example, policy BP 5000 for students, there's a lot of new text to try to clarify and make it clear how strongly we feel about student safety.
Yeah.
So this might be oversimplifying, but these all say series, and then we have, for example, there are all these kind of high-level concept and roles without all of the many numbers, for example, between 5,000 and 7,000. So is this kind of, my question is this meant to be foundational because these concepts and roles affect everything else so much that we have to start here with the concept before we get into the nitty-gritty for all the little details?
Yes. Yes, and CSBA just recommended language updates. There's not a lot of law changes, but just they have a process of when policies have sat for an extended period of time without legal updates because there weren't any laws that impacted them, they go through a review process just to better word the documentation and if there are any significant impacts.
Right. It just seemed like in previous meetings when we had some of these things, there were a lot more documents.
Correct, because this is the intro policy to the whole 5,000 series.
Okay, that's what I was trying to say.
Gotcha.
Thank you.
Okay.
The intro, the foundation, whatever. Thank you.
Any other questions or comments on this? We're not having a motion on it, but we can discuss.
No.
Okay. James, anything?
No, ma'am.
Okay, I don't either. So we will go ahead and move on to board reports. Mr. Critchfield?
Can I request that our two student board members go first? Because my main update is going to be about my visits to their ASB classes to talk about consolidation, and I would never want to steal Peyton or Claire's thunder.
Okay,
So if they were going to talk about it, if not, I'm not offended either, but if they were going to talk about it as well, I just want to hear from them
Okay.
first, maybe if that's okay.
Yeah, Peyton, go ahead.
Okay, I'll start. So first, I was going to talk about the canned food drive again, just for an update. Again, it's a combined effort with Argonaut to raise 1 ton for the community. And I just want to remind everyone that the last day to bring cans is December 18th. ASB has been working and planning our next school rally, which is next Friday before we go on break. And the rally will announce our canned food drive winner and highlight our winter sports. This year, ASB is trying to encourage as much participation from the student population. So we've choreographed each rally to be a class competition instead of just focusing on the sports and the clubs and more of the already groups that we have in the school, and we just want to encourage mass participation. So that means just having the freshmen versus sophomores versus the juniors and the seniors. And then we like have a bunch of silly games that we have the students do, and we like keep a score. And that's just a transition from having like groups participate in every rally to like having a more school involvement. And that's something that our ASB is like really trying to bring into this year's like school experience, whatever. And yes, Mr. Critchfield did come and see our class, and we got to ask a bunch of questions about consolidation, and he got to answer us. I did send him a list of all of our questions so he could be prepared. I didn't want to throw anything at him, but we did have students who really wanted to ask some questions off the fly. But yeah, it was really nice for you to come in, and everyone wants to thank you very much. For sports, our winter sports, our girls basketball team is currently 4-3, and we won our last tournament last weekend in Stockton, and we have another tournament this weekend starting tomorrow at Union Mine. Our boys basketball team won their game against Waterford on Monday. Our girls soccer team has a record of 3-2, and the middle two is like ties, and they're playing their first league game tonight against Bradshaw Christian, or played. Same with our boys team. And then our wrestling team has a home tournament tomorrow evening at Amador. So that'll be really interesting if you guys haven't seen a wrestling meet. That would be fun. And then one thing I wanted to talk about was discussed in the meeting about like the dress code. I thought that it was funny that the dress code got brought up tonight because one of the concerns was about the short shorts and the skirts, but one of my fondest memories in elementary school was having to put my arms down by my sides, like when the office ladies told me to like check to make sure my fingertips went over the bottom. And another thing that was said was like how girls use the dress code as an excuse for like staff to single them out, but I think that like the more widely, or like the thing that should be known is that it's about the safety of you and like the other students around you. So like that's why people are doing it. It's not about like singling people out. So if there was an update to the dress code, it's not to like discriminate or have like, it's not about attacking a person. It's just about like keeping the majority of the people safe. But yeah, I thought that was funny because like that's the first thing that came to my mind when she was talking about short shorts. But yeah, thank you.
Thank you so much. Claire?
Yeah, I just want to start off by saying thank you to Mr. Critchfield. He came to both of our 3rd and 4th period ASB classes a couple weeks ago, and I know our students were excited to ask him questions, especially Shane. He had some good questions to ask, but a lot of questions were answered because I know every time after a board meeting, they're always asking what's happening with consolidation, so it was nice that they actually got to speak to him personally. But lately, our leadership class has been working very hard on our Green and Gold Gala dinner fundraiser, along with the Jackson Lions Club. We have received numerous sponsors and raffle donations, and we're continuing to get more. Like the past couple weeks, all we do is call people and get all these donors, and it's been really awesome. And we're selling tickets off of their website, and several leadership students are. So, and the dinner will be held on February 7th, and we're very excited for this because it's our first like dinner fundraiser. And we're also working on Last Day Fun Day for next Friday for the end of semester. And freshmen have been getting food trucks for the students to have during lunch, which is always fun, and more Christmas activities to celebrate the end of the semester. And ASB is also working on our Snack Shack fundraiser for the Lions Club tournament next week that we'll be getting some of the donations from. And then for sports, so far for our boys basketball, they're 5-1, and this past weekend they drove to Boonville for a tournament, and they won 3 out of 4 of their games. And for girls basketball, we're 3-2, and they are going against River Islands tonight, so hopefully they did well. And for soccer, our boys soccer is currently 1-5 and are playing El Dorado. And our girls soccer is also playing El Dorado tonight, and they are 6-1 with Josie Gilliam, Amy Hauser, and Darcy Woods tied with 4 goals so far this season. And then wrestling and the skiing and snowboarding team have begun practices and all that stuff, so I'm excited to see more about that. And then for FFA, FFA is attending MFE ALA conference in Monterey Bay, January 11th through the 12th, and I went last year and I'm going again this year because it's for sophomores and juniors, and it's a really fun experience seeing other FFA members all around, just learning new leadership skills. And then Amador County Ag Boosters is hosting their annual crab feed in January, and tickets are on sale now. that's all.
Okay, great. Thank you. All right, Jared?
Yeah, I just, Peyton and Claire, it was great going to your ASB classes. Our kids are really, really sharp. I mean, the questions they asked me, and yeah, they sent me prepped questions, and then of course there were a million more when I got there. I think with all those classes, we filled pretty much the entire class period going back and forth. I think one of the main themes that I've been contemplating since meeting with them is many of the questions revolved around transition, right? I mean, these are students, you know, we'd have a couple seniors in the background. This isn't going to affect me, and they're just like kicking their feet up. But then there are so many other kids going, this is going to impact me in some way, shape, or form. And I appreciated the fact that they were coming up with ideas on the transition. We talked in particular about one of my main concerns will be if this happens in whatever year it occurs, that first year's senior class is going to be very impacted, right? You go through 3 years of high school in one way, and now you have 1 year in a different way. And there were already just in those short meetings some great ideas being thrown around about what students could do to help the transition. And so I want to continue that dialogue. I think the student voice in this is most important when it comes to how they transition, because this is impacting their high school experience, and 30, 40 years from now, they'll be talking about, well, this is what happened. We consolidated. I was a junior and I had to go to the other school for my senior year, and this is how it all went down. And I think involving the students in what that looks like, I told them multiple times, they're not going to want my idea for a cool activity to make sure that they transition well. That's not my jam. Like, they're going to have the idea. And so making sure we use them in that way and they have that voice in that process is going to be really important. So I really appreciated spending time with them through that. And then I just want to thank all of our employees and wish them a much needed and deserved winter break. 7 more school days for those who are counting until we get there. And also want to give a shout out to our transportation department. They've been going through a lot. You'll notice that on the agenda that was already approved tonight, we are now without a director. That job will be posted tomorrow, and that department is still functioning really well in a lot of ways because of all the people that work there. Peter and I were there for a board visit today, and we got to witness our bus driver trainer, Monica Rodriguez, in action doing recertification of, I should have counted when I was in there, it was at least 10 of our bus drivers, as they have to continue to do recertifications to be able to drive those buses. And she had a very interactive Jeopardy game going as they were reviewing so many of the laws that our bus drivers have to know by heart to be able to pass their research. So I just want to thank them as well. That's it.
Okay, awesome. Peter?
Okay, I know it's been a long meeting, but once again, I just want to say thank you to the public and also both of you and fellow board members, that even though it does take a little longer, that we can treat each other cordially and respectfully and discuss and share ideas. That's important, I think, to the process, and so I deeply appreciate that. Yes, I too am very much counting down the days and excited for the break, and so I do hope that every employee and student manages to have some time off and to really take some deep breaths before they re-engage with, learning. It is a privilege, and I'm grateful that we had, even though it was just me and Mr. Critchfield, these boardwalk visits, and it's absolutely worth taking, here and there. It's been, I don't know, maybe 4 or 5 this term. I'm not sure precisely how many are this whole school year, a little more than that, but to try and visit as many school sites as I can and really be aware of what is happening in the district. And I do see a lot of good. Yes, test scores are depressing. Yes, I'm a little jaded and feel in some ways that the need to have this one test mean so much when we're testing so few students, there's no accountability, is kind of silly. But I do think it's helpful that we want to constantly improve. And I believe in our leadership team and think that's their sincere desires to improve. And it was a privilege to get to see not just the transportation team that were very patient and eager to show us cool things. I mean, this one individual who's working in the shop wanted to even pull out, because I guess we had a truck that was stolen and they managed to recover it and all the things he's doing to fix it, and including like, check this out, this was the part that they, cut into and they were trying to like steal gas. And I mean, it was a very, very animated, amazing experience to be shown that side of things I hadn't seen before. It was wonderful to talk to Mr. Medlin and his vision, because he definitely has a vision for improving our community school and things we can do to try to reach some of those students who may not precisely fit the mold. And if we do proceed with consolidation, the opportunities that could present for expanding that particular program to support more students, I think is pretty crucial and pretty important. Overall, just grateful for the many good things happening. And it was also a privilege, to get to stop into adult transition, even though, because, Bonnie runs that program, I've seen that room a lot, but to see it in action with kiddos and the staff members and everything else is always a privilege and a pleasure. And also some impressive artwork going on in there. So good things. Grateful that in every way, trying to get more staffing happening, getting more support and clarity regarding where the money is going and all those things. I don't know, at this time of joy and gratitude and whatever other, magical fairy dust we want to sprinkle on things, I just truly am grateful for all the good that is happening in Amador County. So thank you.
Thank you. Ken?
Last Thursday, Jared and James and I attended an open house at the adult education medical class in Shenandoah. And it was just outstanding. They're offering a phlebotomy class and then a medical assistant class where, they're learning how to do stitching, take blood. They had a room for hearing tests. They had an EKG station, all these different aspects of training. And when they're done, talking to the teacher of the program, there's going to be 100% placement of those students in that field at different hospitals or different, employment opportunities around. What was really neat is they asked us if we wanted to have our blood drawn, and Jared and James raised their hand, and I stepped back. But it was pretty neat seeing these students getting all nervous on a board member or the superintendent, and they're sticking them with a needle. But they did great, and you could see that they were happy that they got to do that, and that the trust for James and Jared was so high to let them do that. It was determined that James has no blood, and Jared was a big success, so that was a lot of fun for me. I'm also very excited that this second version of consolidation is finally getting out of the starting block. So let's see what the secret report has to say, and then have further discussion on it and see where we move forward. But I think it's important, and I've said this before, that we make a decision on this in the very near future as quickly as we can. And with that, it's just have a great Christmas, and that's all I have.
Shane?
Last, I believe, Friday, I was able to attend the Christmas pageant at Argonaut, and I felt like I was at Golden One with the line of people that was going out into the parking lot. It was quite the event, and it was a packed house, so that was really good to see the kids sing, bring back memories when I was tiny like that, and trying to not embarrass my parents. Just a quick note, when my brother did the same thing, and everyone was saying their names, my brother called himself Batman in front of everyone, so that's been a memory for like 40 years. So that came back to me the other night. I am also looking forward to getting more information next process for the consolidation. I really think that this is going to provide additional opportunities to our students and to our staff, and hopefully help our budget, which I think is a really important aspect of that. You know, we were talking about these raises and we voted on it, and it's hard. You know, people look at it that you know, some people don't deserve it, or some people already have enough, but a lot of people can leave, you know, within a short amount of time and get a you know, a 5-figure increase without even trying. And I think that's one of the things that we as a district struggle with, is we want to maintain good people, and if we don't give these raises and don't try to make things better for them, you know, things aren't going to improve. They'll only go downhill. So, you know, I wish it was more, but you know, hopefully as things get healthier district-wise, I'm hoping that we're able to maintain and keep the staff that are really important to our students. And with that, I hope everyone has a good Christmas and a New Year.
Thank you. James?
As Ken said, we were at the adult ed certified medical assisting and phlebotomy licensing or certification.
So the phlebotomy class has yet to begin, but that was the medical assistant class that is going to wrap up next month, and we have 16 adult students that are on track to complete that. Phlebotomy is taking a little bit longer to go through the approval process. I talked to Diana Griffin today about this. We have a wait list of 40 people for medical assistant. And so right now the plan is going to be to run that class again. They did a social media post on our visit last week, and they ended up with another handful of people calling in to sign up to be part of that class. So we're probably going to have to put some people on the wait list because we can't run 40 at once. So it's right now medical assistant, and hopefully by the springtime, we'll also be running a phlebotomy class.
Yeah, I thought it was really impressive to see that being offered in this county, and then to talk with the people informing us that they had communicated with our local hospital asking, like, what do you guys need? What do you lack at your facilities? And how can we best help you guys out? And we are providing opportunities for within our community. I thought that was really good, the skills and the education and the certifications. I think it's good that the whole full circle aspect of it. I do have blood. I just have too many tattoos to locate my veins. That's the excuse I'm gonna use. But it was good. At least she got to log my name down as she got to poke me. So that was good. Hope everybody has a good holiday break.
Okay, this week I was able to go with Jared to Amador High School and Sutter Creek, both campuses, and walk around and talk to some people and see some of the classes in action, which I think was great. There's been improvements, I think, on both sites from just the first time we came, some positive changes, which I always really love to see. One of the things I did notice this time around, and I'm super happy about, is that teachers and staff, they're seemingly more open to just having a conversation with myself, or I've noticed it on other boardwalks as well, which has kind of been the goal. It's never really been the goal to go there and be imposing or scary or anything like that. And I can only speak for myself, but I think this is true of all of the board members, that we do like to hear honest opinions about how things are going. If we don't have honest opinions about what's going on, we can't work to improve any of those things. So I think that's really important. But I noticed that there was a lot more talking going on and stuff, which I think is good, is a good thing. I'll keep this short because it's way past my bedtime already. I hope everybody has a great Christmas. I think that the staff and kids are all really ready for that. And so, anyways, Merry Christmas, and we are adjourned. Okay. We're just going to take a quick little break before we start the next meeting. Use the bathroom. For the Amador County Office of Education meeting. All board members are present, and so we will do the annual organizational meeting.
Yes, so again, just like in the district meeting, a motion would need to come forward nominating a president and a second for that, and then we'll move on to the next positions.
I nominate Kayla Parker for president.
Second.
Okay, I accept.
Okay, and so then we'll go through the vote. Peter?
Yes.
Ken?
Yes.
Shane?
Yes.
James?
Aye.
And Kayla?
Yes.
Okay, congratulations, Kayla, you're back in charge of the meeting.
Okay, thank you. Okay, we'll move on to clerk. We would just need a nomination.
Nominate James Marzano for the position of board clerk.
I second. And the vote, Peter?
Yes.
Ken?
Yes.
Shane?
Yes.
James?
I accept aye.
Oh, that's right. You accepted. Okay, thank you. I'm also a yes. Okay, and then we also would need a motion for secretary to the board. Typically, it is Mr. Critchfield.
Okay, I move that we keep our consistency and ask Mr. Critchfield to serve as the secretary to the board at the county level.
Second.
And I accept.
Okay, and we would just need the vote then. Peter?
Yes.
Ken?
Yes.
Shane?
Yes.
James?
Aye.
I'm also a yes. Yes, we would just need to extend the time. Let's extend it, let's just do 45 minutes to be safe, so we don't have to do it again.
I move that we extend the meeting by 45 minutes.
Okay.
Second.
Okay, and the vote, Peter?
Yes.
Ken?
Yes.
Shane?
Yes.
James?
Aye.
I'm also a yes. Okay, we're gonna go ahead and go on to authorization of signatures.
So just like on the district side, now that we have an established board president, clerk, and secretary for the next year, the board needs to authorize signatures for any and all related documentation that needs to be submitted to the state or other entities.
I move that we approve authorization of signatures.
Second.
And the vote, Peter?
Yes.
Ken?
Yes.
Shane?
Yes.
James?
Aye.
I'm also a yes. Okay, item 3, establish dates of regular meetings for ACUSD for the 2026 calendar year.
Yeah, and as highlighted in the district meeting, we are making a change where the county meeting will occur first moving forward. The only exception will be the December meeting, and that has to do with board organization. And then if there's a SELPA meeting, a normal SELPA meeting outside of December, SELPA would come first at 5 like it has, and then county office meeting at 5:30 with district closed session to follow.
Okay, we would just need a motion.
Move that we approve the established dates of the regular board meetings for ACUSD 26 calendar year.
That's, sorry, I just noticed that's an error. It should say ACOE.
Excuse me. Okay, I move that we establish dates of regular board meetings for ACOE for the 2026 calendar year.
Second.
Okay, and the vote, Peter?
Yes.
Ken?
Yes.
Shane?
Yes.
James?
Aye.
I'm also a yes. Okay, are there any deletions or corrections to the agenda?
No.
Okay, we don't have any presentations or recognitions. We'll move on to employee organizations. I don't see Miss Angie Lucas here, but I do see Miss Hatton here from CSCA 827.
Good evening, Superintendent Critchfield, board members, cabinet, and community members. I, too, am the official president for the next year with our chapter. I'm excited to be here and even more excited to be joining you at every board meeting next year to share updates on the great things happening in our chapter. We have a lot of fresh ideas coming. Now that negotiations have calmed down just a bit, we can really start focusing on our summer programs and hours. We'll be back at the table on Monday, and I'm feeling optimistic about where we're headed. I stayed this late because I wanted to thank you for switching the meetings. It really means a lot to all of us that we could, it's a late night. I was hoping that you could just do like every other month, but I just wanted to say thank you very much. It really means a lot to all of us that you've swapped for next year, except December. And I just wish everybody a happy and healthy break, and see you next year.
Thank you. Okay. We'll go ahead and move on to public comment on non-agenda items. We do have one. Patricia, Angie.
I'm usually trying to be calm and professional when I talk to you all. It's been pointed out to me that maybe my name's been mispronounced on purpose. I don't know. I doubt it. I get it a lot. It's Angija. It's phonetic. Other frustrations, I guess, are the constant justification of someone making $250,000. I will never, ever think that's appropriate for a public employee. Me and my husband combined do not make $250,000. And then to give them raises on top of that. To say that we need to retain these excellent people. These are the excellent people that were under Tory Gibson that don't get the same blame as Tory Gibson for the horrible consolidation plan that was putting the cart before the horse initially, for the constant qualified statuses of our budgets, for late audits, for misrepresentation of numbers that do cause us to have to reimburse the state, and the fiscal crisis that we are in. If things were better, yes, they would deserve their pay. They would deserve the raises. Can't change their pay, I guess, but let's give them raises. Let's not improve our schools. Let's have our kids continue to go to crap holes, but give them raises. I'm at the end of my rope. I truly am. I don't understand. I truly don't. I have things prepared for you guys. I don't know if you'll read them or if you'll care or if you'll just get them another 10% raise next year. Who knows? Thank you.
Thank you. Oh, geez, I'm not that long. I got it. Thank you.
Okay, moving on, we are on the consent agenda. Do we have any questions or comments on consent?
No?
If not, then we would just need a motion.
Motion to approve item 9, consent agenda.
I'll second. And then we would just need the vote. Peter?
Yes.
Ken?
Yes.
Shane?
Yes.
James?
Aye.
I'm also a yes. Moving on to item 10, communications, fiscal year 24-25 audit extension request and approval letter. Mr. Norton.
This is the same as the district office meeting. It was the request for an audit extension due to the government shutdown that was approved for January 29, 2026 will be our new date.
Any questions on this communication? No? Okay. Moving on to item 11, action items, 11.1, 25-26 first interim budget revisions. Mr. Norton.
Thank you, Board. This is a companion item to the district. It is budget revisions. We'll go ahead and get started here with the revenue side of things. We're projecting an increase in total revenue on the county side of approximately $845,000, bringing the total revenue for the county to $12.8 million. Several key factors are driving these changes. For LCFF revenue, it has increased $63,000. This is due to an LCFF recalculation following the state budget enactment and some minor tweaks there. State revenue has increased by over $200,000. This is largely due to AB 602 special education funding coming in higher than anticipated, along with adjustments to the state preschool CSPP and student support and professional development block grant and Proposition 28 funding. So we had quite a bit of movement on the state funding side. Other local revenue saw largest jumps was increasing nearly $600,000, was driven by two main factors: increased contribution from the Unified School District towards special education contribution, and another Medi-Cal billing audit that came in and adjusted in a positive favor of $304,000. So we got more Medi-Cal reimbursement than we are anticipating. In terms of expenditures, turning to this side, we are projecting a corresponding increase of approximately $945,000, totaling $13.4 million for the year. Salary and benefits, we have adjusted these lines to account for positions previously budgeted as contractor filled, so there were a couple that did come through that were initially not budgeted that way. And then we also factored in the January 1, 2026 salary increases and health and welfare increases. Services and operating expenses, we have seen an increase in roughly $633,000 of this category, and this is primarily the same things as before with contracted services for SLPs. And then also we had some additional non-public school placements this year, which are increasing some expenditures in that category. So overall, this gives us a fund balance summary. While our expenditures have grown slightly faster than our revenues in this period, resulting projected deficit of spending of $586,633. We are actually in a stronger position than we were at adoption. This is because our funding balance on this side of the house actually grew by $182,000 to start the year from where we were at unaudited actuals. Or sorry, from a budget adoption when we closed at unaudited actuals. Because of the higher starting point, the new revenues I mentioned, our projected ending fund balance actually increased, so we are now projecting $655,752, an increase of $81,000 or almost $82,000 for the year. In summary, these revisions capture the necessary adjustments to keep our budget aligned with our actuals and current state fiscal environment. I recommend the board approve the 25-26 interim budget revisions as presented, and I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Okay. Any questions, Peter?
No.
Ken?
No.
Shane? No. James?
No.
Okay, then we would just need a motion.
Move that we approve item 11.1 to 2025-26 first interim budget revisions.
Second.
Okay, and the vote, Peter?
Yes.
Ken?
Yes.
Shane?
Yes.
James?
Aye.
I'm also a yes. Okay, 11.2, 25-26 first interim budget certification.
Thank you, board. And for the purpose and timeline, they're very similar to what we see on the district side, so I'm going to skip those particular pieces. Revenue components, we kind of just went over them on the previous slide, but the one thing to note here is LCFF revenue is significantly higher on the district side, so you'll see it much smaller here on the county. Most of our funding comes in through other state aid on the county side. This is due to AB 602 funding specifically targeted at special education, and so we see that corresponding difference here. Total revenue is projected to be $12.8 million for the year. And this is what we just kind of went over with the back and forth between budget adoption and first interim. Operating expenditures, again, you see that the significant portion of our operating expenditures come in the way of salaries and benefits, 61.7% here, but a much larger slice of the pie on the county side is that operating category, which has to do with those contracted services that we have. And then the operating expenditures comparison here as well. We just really went over this on the previous one, so I don't want to get into too much, but expenditures for the year is $13.4 million is what we're budgeting at this point. And then our ending fund balance, this slide ties everything together. Again, we see the increase to the beginning balance from the unaudited actuals, corresponding in the able to afford a larger deficit spend while still increasing our ending balance and increasing our unrestricted fund balance by $90,275. So looking at our multi-year projection on the county side, this is really the basis that we use for the certification. The current year is set to meet the minimum reserves of with 4.48% reserve, meeting the 4% reserve requirement. It's again that second year that's the issue, similar to the district, where we see the projections showing dropping to basically 3%. Again, the requirement is 4%, so we're going to be about $129,000 short on the county side at this point in time per projections. And then year three, again, it rebounds back up to 4.78%. Again, you see this is a market improvement from where we were at budget adoption. It was 4.1 in the first year, 1.83 in the second year, and 2.08 in the third year. So we have improved quite a bit, but there's still room to go in year two.
So what are the factors leading to, 4.48 and 25-26, then down to 3.01, then back up to 4.78? What's affecting that 26-27 school year to cause that?
Yeah, it has a lot to do with the same things we see on the district side. It is a transition where we can't afford essentially some of the support. Some of the one-time funding that we have goes away. One of the things helping support this year's budget for for the county side is we had a Medi-Cal reimbursement. That was not expected. That was $300,000. That was pretty nice. Then we also had additional AB 602 funding that wasn't necessarily anticipated. So it's some of these features that the Medi-Cal in nature was only one time. The AB 602 should continue on, but again, it's not enough to counteract things. In partly, our district and county are so closely linked that when we have an effect on one, it tends to affect the other. Otherwise, like if the district or the county were short, we could give it more contribution from the district or vice versa. And so the district is unable to support it a little bit further, which what it may need to support the services that we're experiencing, that is going to cause that. Does that help? I have more notes on this, but we can keep talking through this one.
Yeah, I just might have to contact you.
Yeah, we can come sit down, take a look at it. But yeah, and anyway, some of the other things that are built into this, I'm just going to go through what kind of does shape this as well, and this might help clarify some things. Again, on the revenue side, we used the updated COLA projection, so that did tweak the numbers a little bit. As we look to a 2.51, it's down a little bit for the next year, and then 3.7% for the COLA in the year after. In addition, we see state revenue and local revenue declining. And so that's a part of this factor too, is with state and local revenue both going down by 79,000 in the next year, and then actually going up again in 382 in the year after. The decline is due to one-time funding going away, that Medi-Cal audit, as well as we do expect to still see growth in 27-28 as this AB 602 continues to grow with the COLA, because generally it does follow that same suit. On the expenditure side, we do have automatic increases that happen every year. There's the step-in column for anybody with positions. So it's 104,000 in addition in 26-27 and 112,000 in 27-28. We eliminated costs tied to our previous self-insured health insurance, which was 91,000 in both years. Then lastly, we included the positional increases for health and welfare benefits per the previous TAs that we had, as well as this the passing of the 4%. So this adjustment led to 117 additional expenditures in 26-27, but actually a reduction in 27-28 of 95,000 as health and welfare, as cash and lieu goes away. So overall, this is a significant improvement in our outlook from what we had at budget adoption, but again, there's still room to go in year 2. I'll pause here again. Is there any other questions on MYP? I know this one's.
I don't have any right now.
Not to oversimplify, but we gave raises and we got rid of cash and lieu, and so it's a little tiny roller coaster until things stabilize.
Yeah, there is some impact. I mean, the net of the health, or sorry, for the raises is going to increase costs. However, we just know that because of the way things fall off, they're going to fall off in 27-28, which is why we see that slight decrease.
Right.
So yes, you're right. It's a little bit of a roller coaster based on timing of things. Here we see the graphical representation of what these impacts show. Again, you see the dropping low in 26-27, the rebound in 27-28. And this is just confirming, again, the reserve requirement is going to be beyond the 4%, or at least projected to be at this point in time. We've already gone through the economic outlook for the LAO. And then the moving forward pieces, we have the January governor's budget, the second interim. The key questions on this side really more stem from special education services just continue to rise. So this is where we just need to, be more strategic as we look forward to how can we reduce expenditures across the board, assuming no state funding or elimination of deficit spending as much as we can, and then filling the contract positions as we noted previously. So with that, we recommend that the board certify as qualified again, seeing that we still have some work to do, but I'm available for any questions the board has this time.
Okay, is there any further questions or comments here? If not, then we would just need a motion.
I move to approve item 11.2, 25-26 first interim budget certification as qualified.
Okay, and the vote, Peter?
Yes.
Ben?
Yes.
Shane? Yes. James? I'm also a yes. Okay, next we're going to go to 11.3, 25-26 first interim fiscal stabilization plan update.
Thank you, board. And this has similar stuff to the district side, so I'm not going to go as in depth on some of those features, but we'll touch base on the ones that are definitely different. The fiscal stabilization plan, similar to the other one, it was initiated by 3 consecutive qualified certifications. The same rules apply on the county side. The significant challenges here more so has to do, we resolve the self-insured health insurance, as we discussed before. Special education vacancies and increased costs continue to be the main concern on the county side, is one we need to continue to address and evaluate. This is a part of a 3-phase plan. We have the phase 1 that was the immediate, phase 2, which is the more intermediate, and then the phase 3 for the long term. And then as similarly, we've completed 4 of the pieces here. And with that, we are estimating a savings of $101,000 from what we did with phase 1. One thing we have not really been able to establish is really getting any kind of savings from the special education vacancy benchmarking. We did have that recruitment retention, which did have some positive things to it, but didn't ultimately result in significant savings at this point in time. So that's where we've not really noted anything in this at this moment. We did see some minor savings from enhancing operational efficiencies, strategic management, extra time, overtime, and then again, that last one's more preventative than anything else. So with the preliminary initiatives that we have for phase 2, again, we had those 3 buckets for the fiscal solvency and budget discipline, operating efficiency and staffing, strategic planning, and long-term sustainability. Our goal on this side is $720,000 for savings from these initiatives. Again, the major bulk of that will, again, figuring out a way to address with the vacancy reductions that could really have a significant impact. And so that's the main key driver or difference on this one that you see. But a lot of the other initiatives are very much the same as what we had on the district side, because many of those can have significant effects still. And still planning for the long-term sustainability. We have county infrastructure that still needs its own set aside, as well as technology refresh that happens on this side of the house as well. So then phase 3 it's more of a long-term strategic planning, and that would start with January 2027. And then as noted before, our next steps is really focusing on new information that we're going to glean from the governor's budget, and then second interim's right around the corner. So I'm available for any questions you have. I know it was a relatively quick thing, so if there's anything you need me to expand on, please let me know.
Okay. Any further questions on this plan? Okay, if not, then we would just need a motion.
I move that we approve 11.3, 25-26 first interim fiscal stabilization plan update.
Second.
Okay, and the vote, Peter?
Yes.
Ken?
Yes.
Shane?
Yes.
James?
Aye.
I'm also a yes. Okay, moving on. We have a public hearing, 25-26, education protection account spending determination.
This is a companion item to the district and is essentially just confirming that we will be spending the EPA funds within regulations.
Okay, I'll go ahead and open the public hearing. Are there any public comments on the EPA spending? No, I'm going to go ahead and close the public hearing. Okay, moving on, we have item 11.5, resolution 25-26-6, education protection account spending determination.
So this is resolution 25-26-06 on the county side for education protection account spending determination. Basically is stating that we spent it all on teachers' salaries and benefits last year, and we plan to do it again this year.
Okay, if there's no further questions, we would just need a motion. Okay, I'll move to approve item 11.5, resolution 25-26-6, EPA spending determination.
Second.
Okay, the vote, Peter?
Yes.
Ken?
Yes.
Shane?
Yes.
James?
Aye.
I'm also a yes. Okay, item 11.6, public hearing for extended school year. Dr. Hedegaard.
All right, thank you very much. This is a companion item to the Amador Unified School District. So again, it's just hosting a public hearing. We do have extended school year programs, of course, under our county umbrella, which includes our preschool program and also our adult transition program. So I would just request, and I'm happy to elaborate, but I would request that you would host a public hearing in order to receive any feedback in regards to requesting a waiver to host ESY for 15 days rather than 20. Thank you.
Okay, I will go ahead and host a public hearing. Are there any public comments? I don't see any. We will close the hearing. And it was successful. Okay, we do not have any discussion items. We're going to move on to information only. Current personnel recommendations, Dr. Palazuelos. Anything? Nope, okay. Does anybody have any questions or comments on item 2, unrepresented salary schedules? Nope, okay. Then we would just move on to our board report. Mr. Critchfield?
Just again, want to thank all of our county employees, wish them well for Christmas and the New Year. And also just real quick from the board, I failed to mention on the district meeting, we have a boardwalk scheduled for Wednesday of next week at Pioneer and Pine Grove, and don't have any board members yet. So it will just be a Jared walk if it's not, which I'll go still, but I would love for 1 or 2 of you to accompany me. So after the meeting or tomorrow, just let me know if you're able to. It's in the morning and that's Wednesday of next week. That's all.
I will do my best, but no guarantees. Okay. Peter?
If it weren't final exam time, I would be all in, and I've already visited those schools, and they're awesome, and I love it. I was deeply impressed today, and I'm terrible with names, but she hung out with us at the state preschool and helped us see that program at Plymouth.
Jenny DeWalt.
Yeah, and that was, I think, pretty priceless, and it's amazing to me that we talk about the extended school year situation, and this program for kids as young as 2 years, 9 months, which, oh my gosh, tiny little people, are involved in that, and that they have a significantly longer work year to try to meet that need over the summer. So just think it's fabulous that the school district and those particular employees work so hard to provide so much to so many. Thank you.
Okay, Ken?
No comments.
Shane?
Hopefully the county employees have a good Christmas and a Happy New Year.
James?
No comments.
I don't have any other comments either, but just same. I hope that all of our county employees have a great Christmas and enjoy their time off. With that, we are adjourned. Well, actually, our next meeting, well, of course, not my computer's not, January 14th. Okay, we are adjourned.
We have SELPA now. Mine just went down as well. Does anybody have the agenda?
So they must be updating again.
All of our board members are present, and the board annual organization meeting.
Yes. So just like the other meetings, we need a nomination for president.
I nominate Caleb Parker.
Second.
I accept, gentlemen. Thank you.
Hey.
Okay.
And then we'll go through the vote. Peter?
Yes.
Yes.
Ben?
Yes.
James? Kayla?
Yes.
I'm also a yes. And Patty?
Okay. Okay, perfect. Next, we would just need a nomination for the clerk.
I nominate James for clerk.
I'll second.
Okay, and the vote, Peter?
Yes.
Ken?
Yes.
Shane?
Yes.
James?
Aye.
I'm a yes. Jared?
Yes.
Patty? Okay. And then we need to nominate the secretary to the board.
Did you have to accept?
James accepted the nomination, to clarify.
I nominate Jared for secretary.
I'll second.
I accept.
Okay. And the vote? Peter?
Yes.
Ken?
Yes.
Shane?
Yes.
James?
Aye.
Jared?
Yes.
Patty? Yes. I'm also yes. Okay. Moving on to authorization of signatures.
Yes, and just like on district and county, the board president, clerk, and secretary need the board's authorization to sign certain documents.
I motion that we authorize signatures of the elected persons to sign for the district.
Second.
Okay, and the vote, Peter?
Yes.
Ken?
Yes.
Shane?
Yes.
James?
Aye.
Jared?
Yes.
Patty? I'm also a yes. Okay, Item 3 is to establish dates of regular board meetings for the SELPA for the 2024 calendar year.
Make the motion that we approve 4.3, establish dates of regular board meetings for, is it SELPA?
SELPA,
Yeah. For the 2020,
26, not 4.
26 calendar year, that one's bad.
Yeah, that was.
Second.
Okay, and the vote, Peter?
Yes.
Ken?
Yes.
Shane?
Yes.
James?
Aye.
Jared?
Yes.
Patty? I'm also a yes. Okay, are there any deletions, additions, or deletions, or corrections to the agenda?
There are not.
Okay, we do not have any public comment. Moving on to the consent agenda. Are there any questions on consent? Okay. We would just need a motion to approve then.
I move to approve the consent agenda.
Second.
Okay, and the vote, Peter?
Yes.
Ken?
Yes.
Shane?
Yes.
James?
Aye.
Jared?
Yes.
Patty? I'm also a yes. Okay, communications, 8.1, California Department of Education waiver disposition letter.
So this communication just is summarizing that the waiver that we submitted, that we held the public hearings for, to have 15 days to the 20-day requirement, was approved by the Department of Ed.
Okay, great. And then we have item 8.2, Amador SELPA local plan acceptance.
So this was also a communication from the California Department of Education, just noting that our SELPA local plan that we submitted has been accepted, and so it is posted, and we're moving right along.
Okay, great. Item 9, discussion items, ACOE and ACUSD special education staffing update.
So with each update, every meeting, I prepare and provide for you the most recent staffing update for both the County Office of Education and Amador Unified School District for our special education positions. So again, this was edited the last meeting. There's the format of it to include the majority of our job descriptions where we actually have individuals employed in those positions. So you can see if it has a 0 full-time equivalency, that means we do not have a vacancy in that area. You will notice that there has been some adjustments, most notably for our classified team members, on the district side, the instructional aides, and then also on the county sides under medically fragile paraprofessional positions. I just want to highlight that these adjustments really now, because we're in the middle of the school year, are more a reflection of where students are being, assessments are being completed, and students have been identified that they need additional adult support. And so we're adding in positions and making those types of transitions. So I'm happy to answer any questions, but this is just a standard staffing update for your review.
Okay, does anybody have any questions?
Yeah, on the staffing update for the COE meeting, I thought it listed that we had some medically fragile paraprofessionals hired. We're still short 3, or?
Well, and so that's a perfect example. So we staff our extensive support needs programs. There is a ratio for students to teachers, but there's also a ratio for the classroom of medically fragile paraprofessionals to the teacher. And so at the start of the year, when I made this statement that all of then the vacant positions that we had noted were filled, it meant that then that ratio for the classroom was filled, as well as then the known one-on-one adult support that was necessary was filled. Because now we have, I was going to say the term weathered, but I don't mean that in a negative connotation. We've weathered the first half of the school year. Additional student needs have come to light that then they need one-on-one or adult support. And so the 3 FTE that's reflected there is really more so of additional adult support that has been added into our total personnel that we are hiring for. I hope that helps to explain it.
Okay. All right, any other questions or comments?
Yeah, I have a few.
Okay.
No, I don't.
Oh, okay. I was like, okay, great. Okay. All right. That being said, I don't have the calendar in front of me because our computers have updated maintenance. I don't know when the next meeting is. But with that being said, we are adjourned.